subscribe and click the bell icon to turn on notifications.
We've made the files the instructor uses in this tutorial available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
Hello everyone and welcome to this course on PowerPoint 2021. My name is Deb Ashby and I'm a Microsoft IT trainer, and it's basically my job to design, facilitate and deliver Microsoft courses both online and in the classroom. I'm going to be your host for this course and I am so excited to showcase PowerPoint 2021, in particular some of the newer features. Now, don't worry if you are brand new to PowerPoint. We're going to start right at the beginning and make sure we have those basics nailed first before we move on to some of the more intermediate and advanced features. Now, this course is designed for the latest standalone version of PowerPoint 2021. So for those of you who don't have a subscription to Microsoft 365 but want the latest version of PowerPoint. And that's basically what these standalone versions are designed for. You get all of the latest functionality without having to commit to a monthly Microsoft 365 subscription. So with all that said, let's dive in and take a look at what we're going to cover over the next few hours. So in the first section, we're going to run through a quick introduction. This is basically the section of the course that we are currently in. I'm going to show you in a moment the PowerPoint presentation that we're going to build throughout this course. And I'm also going to show you in this section how to get access to some really helpful free resources for things like images, icons, and video files. We're then going to move on to the Getting Started in PowerPoint section. And here we're just really going to do a recap of some of the more basic PowerPoint skills if you're brand new to the application. So we're going to get ourselves familiar and comfortable with the interface, how we work with the ribbons, and also things like where we can go if we need to get help and how we can customize the quick access toolbar to improve our efficiency. In the next section, we're going to move on to taking a look at slides and layouts. And it's really important to grasp the concept of layouts because this comes up time and time again as we're working with PowerPoint. We're then going to move into the first slide workshop of the course. And you'll see these slide workshops throughout the course because this is where we're actually going to start building our presentation. And we're going to start by working on the title slide. Now, in this title slide section, you're going to get to practice a lot of different skills. So things like inserting pictures, how to resize pictures in the correct way, how to crop pictures, how to insert shapes, format shapes, and also add things like text and graphics. Then we're going to move on to a really important topic, which is selection, alignment, and grouping. It's really important to know how to quickly select objects on your slide and also how to align them so that everything looks really professional. I'm going to show you how to group objects together, which again will allow you to apply formatting to multiple items at one time. In the next slide workshop, we're going to start working on our Meet the Team slide. And for this, we get to practice adding shapes to our slide, filling shapes with pictures, applying formatting and effects to shapes, as well as use lots of new keyboard shortcuts. Next, we're going to move on to working on our divider slides. And these slides are going to appear throughout the presentation just to separate off the different sections. And in this particular section, we're going to be learning some more advanced skills when it comes to working with shapes, such as how to merge shapes together to create other shapes, and how to fill images across multiple shapes. And we'll also see how we can insert things like icons and other graphics into our slides. In the next section, we're going to build our destinations slide. This will give us a chance to practice many of the things that we've learned so far in the course, such as filling shapes with images and using our alignment and grouping tools. We also get to practice how we can add and format text, and we get to use one of the brand new features in PowerPoint, which is slide zoom. In the next section, we're going to look at how we can insert things like tables, charts, and diagrams into our presentation. And I'm going to show you how you can use SmartArt to create a process flowchart and also an organization chart. In the next section, we're going to talk more about graphics. So things like how we can add icons, cut out people, stickers, illustrations into our presentations. We'll then move on to talking about video, audio, and screenshots. So video is such an important part of PowerPoint these days. I'm going to show you different techniques, how you can insert your own videos, and also how you can use videos as a motion background to add a bit of interest. We'll see how we can add audio and also incorporate screenshots from other applications into our slides. In the next section, we're really going to take a look at animation, transition, zoom, and motion paths. So this is where we really bring our presentation to life by making it a little bit more dynamic. We'll then move on to talking about master slides, and in my experience, this generally tends to be the thing that people struggle with in PowerPoint. We're going to break it down. I'm going to show you how easy it is to make universal changes to your entire PowerPoint presentation simply by knowing a few tips and tricks when it comes to working with master slides. I'm then going to show you how you can extend PowerPoint's capabilities by using add-ins. We'll then take a look at how we can prepare our slides for delivery. So that will incorporate things like setting up our slideshow, creating custom shows, and setting slides to run automatically. We'll then take a look at how you can actually deliver a successful presentation. So for this, we're going to dive into something called Presenter View, which is an invaluable tool if you are presenting to an audience. And I'm going to show you some of the in-presentation tools that you have access to make your presentation more interactive. And then in the final section, I'm going to show you how you can export your PowerPoint presentation to different formats, how you can share it with other people, and of course, all the different ways that you can print out your presentation. So with all that said, it's time to move on to the next lesson. And in this lesson, we're going to walk through the presentation that we're going to be creating throughout the balance of this course. So grab yourself a drink and I will see you over there. I wanted to start at the beginning of this section just showing you a finished version of the presentation that we're going to be working on in this course, because I think it's really helpful to have some idea of what we're aiming for before we get started. And I would recommend this if you're planning to design a modern, slick presentation from scratch. It's always worth having an idea as to how you want your slides to look and planning them out before you get going. So let's take a look at what we're going to be creating. Now, just to set the scene for you here, this is a presentation for a travel company called Secret Adventures. And its main aim is to really showcase some of its new trips to different clients and customers. So I've built a presentation around this subject. So let's take a look through all of these slides so you can see some of the techniques that we're going to incorporate into our training. So we have this first slide here. This is our title slide. We have this really nice effect of an image in the background, but it's kind of faded out. We have this transparency over the top. You can also see that we have some cursive text in the background as well. So this just elevates this presentation from being rather boring to a little bit more interesting. We have the company logo running across the top and some text in the middle, and also a little welcome message. So this is an audio file that we can play, welcoming people to this presentation. If we move on to the next slide, what do we have here? We have a summary section. And this has been created using one of the newer features in PowerPoint called Summary Zoom. And what this enables our customers to do is basically pick their own journey through this presentation. So if I run this slideshow, and don't worry if you don't know how to do that at this stage, I can decide what it is I'm most interested in. So maybe I want to see the prices. I can click on the prices slide and it's going to zoom me into that particular section. So I'm going to show you how you can incorporate this type of thing into your deck. We're then going to move on to creating divider slides, and I have quite a few of these throughout this presentation, all with differing images but the same kind of layout. If we play this slide, you can see that we have a transition and also some animation applied to this picture. We're also using what we call a merged shape in here to get this photograph to run across 4 separate shapes. So I'm going to show you how you can achieve that effect. If we move on to the next set of slides, this is where we can meet the team. And take a look at this. When I move on to the next slide, we get this really nice morph effect, which makes our presentation look less linear and more like it's animated. So I'm going to show you how you can use the new Morph Transition. The next section, we have one of those divider slides again, with just the picture switched out, and then we have an Our Destination slide. And this is similar to the summary slide in a way, but it's built slightly differently. This time, users can click on an image and it's going to zoom them into that particular slide as opposed to section. So this is created using slide zoom. So I'm going to show you how you can work with that. We're also going to take a look at things like custom motion paths. So you can see here, this is showing the route around Australia that the Australian tour takes. So you're going to get to learn all about the different types of animation that you can apply to your slides, including how to use these custom motion paths. We're going to see how we can insert basic tables into our slides and how we can format them, as well as how we can create really nice looking diagrams. And I'm going to show you a couple of different ways that you can do this using SmartArt and also doing it manually using shapes and elbow connectors. We're going to take a look at how we can insert charts into our presentations to display different pieces of data. And also how we can incorporate things like motion video backgrounds into our slides and things like QR codes. Now we're going to cover a lot more than the things I've just briefly highlighted there. Of course, we're going to go through absolutely everything that is essential for you to know in PowerPoint, and I'm going to be throwing in lots of tips and tricks and useful keyboard shortcuts along the way. And before I forget, right at the top here, I have a group that is collapsed up. We have a custom intro in here as well. So we're going to be taking a look a lot at how you can deliver a presentation and also set up slideshows in different ways. So whatever question you might have, I'm pretty sure that we have you covered. And hopefully you have more of an idea in your mind now exactly what we're building and what we're aiming to do. So let's kick off our journey through PowerPoint by running through some of the golden rules, the do's and don'ts of creating PowerPoint presentations. I'm going to jump over to the next lesson and I look forward to you joining me. Before you dive headfirst into creating a presentation, it's important to think about the golden rules of presentation design. So in this lesson, we're going to run through some of my favorite tips and tricks and best practice guidelines, which you should really take into consideration before you start working on your presentation. These can really make the difference between a presentation that's unprofessional and doesn't look very nice and one that's slick, modern and efficient. The first thing you need to do is establish what the goal is. What are you aiming to achieve with this presentation? Are you pitching an idea to a client or your CEO? Are you trying to sell a product? Are you showcasing a new idea or providing training? Working out what the goal is really important before you start designing your slides. If this is a presentation that's going to a client, you want to get straight to the point immediately by identifying the problem that they have and then showing them what the solution is. In other words, how you can help them. By doing this right at the beginning, you get their buy-in and they're going to be a lot more interested in the rest of the slides that you have to show. And if you're presenting things like charts, make sure they effectively show what's important to your client, your CEO, or your stakeholders, and make sure that data is presented in a clear fashion. And if the end goal of your presentation is to get your audience to take action, to do something, then make sure you have those steps listed out really clearly. So it's very important to know what the goal is of the presentation first of all. Tip number 2, know your audience. It's really important to know who you're going to be presenting to, because that can really affect a number of factors. It can affect how you design your presentation, the types of images you include, what types of fonts and colors you use, the messaging that you work into the slides. So you need to establish who is going to be watching, find out what's important to them so that you can highlight those key things, and also what's the environment. Are they going to be watching this at their desk? Are you going to be presenting it in a room, or is it going to be emailed to them? The way that I design PowerPoint presentations, if I'm just going to email it to someone, is a lot different to how I design them if I'm going to present in a large auditorium. For example, if I'm presenting in a large auditorium, I want to make sure that even the person right at the back can see clearly all of the text that I have in my presentation. So I'm probably going to use things like larger fonts, larger images, a lot less text, things like that. So know your audience, know what's important to them, and know what the environment is where they'll be watching. Tip number 3, create an outline. And an outline is really very similar to a storyboard. So if you're going to create a long presentation, make sure that you have an idea as to the flow of that presentation and the types of things you want to include on those slides. I always find it really useful just to create a quick outline to remind myself what I want to put on each of my slides. Tip number 4, decide on visuals. Visuals are such a huge part of PowerPoint these days. A picture speaks 1,000 words, and sometimes using a picture as opposed to text can deliver your message in a much better way. So think about if you want to use photography, or if you want to use animated images, or maybe cartoons. Think about the types of charts or graphs or infographics you might want to include. Do you want to use icons in your presentation? Or what about your own videos or even motion video backgrounds? Think about the color scheme that you're using. Is it consistent the entire way through? Are you using branded colors? And also think about the font style that you're using. Some fonts are definitely better for business presentations than others. So consider all of the visual elements of your presentation prior to building it. Tip number 5, when it comes to text, less is definitely more. I'm sure we've all been in presentations and been faced with a wall of text. And it's extremely difficult for the human brain to read a lot of text on a slide and also listen to a speaker at the same time. Our brains just really struggle with that. And this is why I always advise people to keep text to a minimum on the slide. The audience's attention should be on you as the speaker, and you definitely shouldn't be putting everything that you want to say written out on the slide. That's your job to do. You're there to deliver the message. PowerPoint is simply there to assist you with this. So instead of a wall of text, think about the rule of 5-5-5. In general, try and keep to 5 words per line, 5 lines per slide, and don't have any more than 5 text-heavy slides in a row. Tip number 6, use readable fonts. I can't tell you how many presentations I've looked at over the years where there's been a really bad font selection. And not all fonts in PowerPoint are created equal. There are definitely some that are a lot better than others. And we all know the standard fonts: Calibri, Times New Roman, Verdana, Tahoma, Arial. All of those types of fonts are normally pretty good. But I always say to people, don't be scared to combine different fonts together. Just make sure that they're fonts that go with each other. And you'll find that most fonts belong to what we call a font family. For example, Lato. The Lato family has Lato Black, Lato, and Lato Light. And you can use these in one presentation, and they don't clash with each other, they just work really nice. So my recommendation is use more than one font so things don't start to look a little bit stale, but make sure that they're complementary. And a good rule to go by is choose fonts that are within the same family. Tip number 7, be mindful of color. Color is another really important part of PowerPoint. Choosing the wrong colours can make your presentation hard to read, and in some cases can even hurt your reader's eyes. And I've got an example of some bad colour choices up on the screen now. You want to make sure that the font that you use and the background have a lot of contrast. So things like a black font on a white background would work well. So I would definitely stay away from colours like this and be more inclined to go for colours like this, which are a lot easier on the eye and a lot easier to read. So think about the background colour of your slide and the colour of the font that you're using on that slide. Tip number 8, design for widescreen. Now in PowerPoint, you can select two different slide sizes, widescreen or normal. And my recommendation is to always design for widescreen because you don't know the screen size of the person that you're sending your presentation to. If you design for widescreen, it can scale it down to a smaller screen size much easier than it can scale it up. So wherever possible, design for that. Tip number 9, be consistent with style. You want to make sure that overall your presentation looks really pulled together and your slides have a consistent look and feel. Now, one of the ways that you can do that is by ensuring that the colours that you use within your presentation are consistent. And we have a great little tool in PowerPoint 2021 called the Eyedropper tool, which allows you to pick colours out of an image you already have in your slide and use those to fill other objects, such as shapes. And what this gives you is a really nice colour palette where everything ties in together. So think about consistency when you're putting together your slides. When thinking about using animation, less is more. Over the years, I've seen some pretty crazy PowerPoint presentations with lots of crazy animation. And the rule here is that try and stick to just one or two types of animation. You don't want to combine lots of different animations all on one slide because then your presentation really starts to look unprofessional. So instead of what I've just shown you there, maybe think about doing this in a slightly different way. If I want to animate these bullet points, I might consider just using a really nice fly-in from the left. Or maybe I want to use a nice fade-in instead. So make sure that you're not going too crazy with your animation and you're just sticking to one or two styles per slide. Tip number 11, consider using templates. Templates are a fantastic way to give yourself a head start. Instead of sitting there for 30 minutes just staring at a blank slide, not really knowing where to begin, you can jump into PowerPoint and search through the different templates. And these give you a really good place to start, and they're all completely customizable. So if you find a template that you like the look of, you can simply load it up, and then you can do things like switch out the images to make them relevant to whatever it is you're doing. You'll even find things like infographics in the PowerPoint templates section as well. And again, these can be completely customized to display whatever data is of interest to you. And you'll be pleased to know that the PowerPoint gallery in 2021 has been updated with coronavirus health and safety tips templates as well. So if it's your job at the moment to put together something like this, there is a template in PowerPoint all ready to go. Tip number 12, don't read from the slide. So often I see presenters doing this. They pretty much put everything that they want to say on the slide, which not only means that the slide ends up being very text heavy, it really kind of means that I don't really need the presenter there. I could just sit there with the presentation and read through it. The whole point of you being there is to elaborate on different points. So instead of having everything you want to say on the slide, maybe just have a few key points to remind yourself, or maybe some images. It's your job to elaborate on those and ensure that the audience's attention is always on you and not your presentation. And tip number 13, end with action points. We always want to make sure that we end our presentations on a high. And I always like to leave my audience with some action points at the end. For example, I might tell them that they need to review this presentation, practice the skills that they've learned, create their own presentation, and then share that presentation with me. So we have 4 defined action points there for people to take away. Also, make sure that if you have things like social media that you'd like them to connect with you on, make sure you have a slide that has those in. And you'll also find in PowerPoint 2021, we can add QR codes to our slides as well. So if you want to direct participants to a particular website, this is a lot easier for them as they can just simply scan the QR code on their phone. So those are my top tips for putting together a really awesome PowerPoint presentation, and we're going to explore a lot of these as we go through this course. One of the things that's super important when you're using PowerPoint is to know where to go to access free resources. As we've already discussed, using imagery in your PowerPoint presentations really helps you convey your message a lot better than just a slide full of text. And long gone are the days where we can just jump onto Google, search for an image, download it, and use it. We need to be really careful of copyright and the types of images that we're using in our presentation. And I know from my own personal experience of many years of trying to find appropriate images that I can use for free in presentations that might not necessarily just be for personal use, but also for commercial use, it can be quite a painstaking task. So what I've done here is I've put together just a big long list of all of the websites that I like to go to that offer free resources that you can download and freely use in your presentations, and you don't need to worry about copyright. And I've got them all listed out here with their URL. So if you want to pause this video and maybe make a note of some of these, then please feel free to do that now. But let's quickly go through and take a look at some of these websites, because there is some important information that I need to let you know about as we go through. Now, when it comes to looking for high quality imagery and videos to use in my presentations, Pexels.com is always the first place that I come. This website is absolutely amazing, and all of the images that you can find on here are completely free to use in your PowerPoint presentations. And as you can see from some of them that we're looking at now, the images are super high quality. And one of the things I love most about this website is it has an incredibly clean and simple interface. It's not hard to figure out what to do here. We have a search bar in the middle, and we can simply search for the photo that we're looking for. And all of the photos are divided down into categories. So if I was just looking for, let's go for a landscape, I can simply type it in, hit enter, and it's going to return all of these beautiful images. If you want to use one of these, all you need to do is click on the image, and then you have a free download button in the top right hand corner. It will download to your downloads folder on your PC, and then you can simply insert it into PowerPoint. Now, if you're not sure how to do that, we are definitely going to cover that a bit later on in this course. The other thing about Pexels is that it not only contains photos, there's also videos that you can use on here as well. So you can search for videos. We have a videos tab which we can click on, and these are motion videos which can be quite nice to use sometimes in your PowerPoint presentations, just to convey a simple message or add a little bit of interest. So Pexels is always the first website that I would go to. Another website that is very similar to Pexels, and you will find there is quite a bit of crossover on the images that they provide, is a website called Unsplash.com. And this works along the same principle. We have just a search bar in here, and we can go in and search for some high quality photographs. So if I was to type in something like coffee and hit enter, now this is why I wanted to come into here, because notice the only images for coffee are available on iStock, and these are paid for pictures. So not all of the images on these websites are completely free. You'll get a mixture of free images and also stock photography that needs to be paid for. But I will say that I've been using both of these websites for years, and pretty much 99.9% of the time I can always find a free image related to what I'm looking for. So Pexels and Unsplash, great websites for images and video. Another website specifically dedicated to video is Cover. And this is pretty much what it says here, beautiful free stock video footage. And again, we simply have a search bar, but if we scroll down, we can take a look at some of these videos by clicking on the category. And again, these are very much in the style of motion videos. And I use these quite often in the backgrounds of slides. And I'm going to show you how you can do that a bit later on in the course. But don't forget about Cover, really good place to go for free videos. Now, another thing that I use very heavily in my PowerPoint presentations to add a little bit of interest are icons. Now, there is an icon library built into PowerPoint, but I will say that the icon library and the choice of icons that you have is pretty limited. A lot of the time I'll search for an icon and it won't be there in PowerPoint's icon library. So I always like to have a couple of backup websites that I can use if I'm searching for icons. And probably my favorite is the Noun project. So this has over 3 million icons that you can download on here. Now again, this is a mixture of free icons and also icons that you need to pay for. So if I search for, let's go for something like, let's just search for brain. It's going to go away and it's going to find all of the icons related to brain. So if I was to click on something like this, I can choose to download it as an SVG or a PNG. Now, it's worth noting that I have a paid-for account on the Noun project, so I have access to all of the options. What you'll find is that if you try and download icons for free on the Noun project, you will be limited as to the amount of editing that you can do for that icon. For example, if I had a free account, I'd only be able to download this image as a black or white image. Now, I wanted this to tie in with the theme of my slide, and I wanted a very specific color. And because I have a paid-for account, I can literally choose my color or even type in the hex code. So I have a lot more flexibility. And also with a paid-for account, I have access to the entire library of 3 million icons. So if you're designing presentations all the time and using a lot of icons, it's definitely worth getting a subscription to the Noun project. It's $39.99, that's US dollars, for a year's subscription. So if you do use a lot of icons, it definitely works out as value for money. But as I said, there are also free icons available on this website. Another website you can go to for icons is Ion Icons. And again, this is just a very simple search bar you can go through, and we have sort of simpler looking icons here, but they definitely do the job if you just want to add a little bit of interest to your slide. The next thing you might want to download is different fonts. Obviously, we have quite a range of standard fonts available in PowerPoint, but sometimes you might want to download a completely different font, or maybe you have a specific font that you want to use. And Font Squirrel is a great place to come to download those free fonts. Notice that underneath each one of these, we have a little link here, download OTF file, and that will allow you to download the font and install it into PowerPoint. So Font Squirrel is a great website. Also, Google Fonts is quite a good website as well if you're looking for different types of font. And another website that I actually discovered recently, which is actually really useful, is a website called fontjoy.com. And what this allows you to do is take a look at different font pairings. So for example, if I click the Generate button, it's going to generate me title font, subtitle, and body font, which all work nicely together and don't clash. So sometimes if you want to maybe use a couple of different fonts in your presentation, sometimes you don't get it quite right and you end up with fonts that really don't work well together. So I like to come in here, click the Generate button, and go through and take a look at some fonts which pair really nicely. And you can see next to each one exactly what font is in use here. And I will say that some of these are already available in PowerPoint, like Roboto is definitely there, but some of these you might have to download if you want to use them. So FontJoy, a really nice little website. And then finally, what about inspiration? Where can we go for inspiration when it comes to designing our PowerPoint presentations? Because not all of us are born designers. Sometimes we need some ideas, some inspiration, and a little bit of help. Well, I like to jump onto Pinterest and just type in PowerPoint design. And what you'll get returned is a whole bunch of different images which you can take a look at by clicking on them. And this can sometimes really just spark some inspiration in your mind by looking at what's already out there and what other people are doing. So if I'm feeling a little bit stuck and staring at a blank slide, I'll sometimes jump onto Pinterest and have a little look around to get some inspiration. So those are the main free resources that I like to use, and we will be using many of these throughout the course. If you like those, then definitely bookmark them in your browser so that they're easily accessible. Welcome to exercise 1 of this course. And in this first exercise, we're just going to set ourselves up for success. So I'd like you just to make sure that you have a working copy of a PowerPoint 2021 downloaded and ready to go. And then I'd like you to bookmark the following websites in your chosen browser: pexels.com, thenounproject.com, and unsplash.com. Because we're going to be using images from these websites throughout this course, and they're also just really brilliant websites to have quick access to. And then finally, just so you can start to get the creative juices flowing, I'd like you to go to Pinterest and just do a quick search for PowerPoint design. Have a little look through some of the designs and get an idea of the different layouts and how other people are working with PowerPoint in 2022. So this is really just to give you a little bit of inspiration before we begin. So have a go at that, and then we'll dive in to the first section.
For the next section, you'll want to download the course exercise files. Click the link below in the video description to get these. You can also scroll through the details to find timestamps for each section in this course. If you're enjoying this training, please leave us a comment.
Let's start out this section by familiarizing ourselves with the PowerPoint interface. Now, if you're coming to this course from an older version of PowerPoint, or maybe you've been using PowerPoint for years, then you might not necessarily need to go through this lesson. You might want to skip onto the next one. But if you're new to PowerPoint, or if you're new to this version, then it's definitely worth running through this lesson to make sure you know what each element of the screen is and what you can expect to find there. So let's just quickly open up PowerPoint. Now, when you open up PowerPoint for the first time, you're going to be presented with what we call the Start screen. And you only ever see this screen when you start up PowerPoint for the very first time. Notice on the left-hand side, we have a menu that says Home, New and Open. Currently, I'm clicked on Home because that's highlighted. And what we'll find on this home page are basically recent documents, recent presentations that we've been working on. We'll also find any presentations that we've pinned. Now, if you're not sure what that means, well, you can create your own list of pinned presentations. Now, why would you want to do that when we have the recent list just here? Well, the recent list is dynamic. It changes depending on what you're working on, what you're opening. This list will constantly update with the last thing that you opened at the top. Now, it might be that you have 2 or 3 PowerPoint presentations that you use every single day, and you don't really want those moving around in the recent list. So what you can do is hover over the presentation in the recent list, and notice we have a little drawing pin icon just here. That will allow you to pin that presentation to the top of the recent list, but you'll also find it underneath pins. So it's a really quick and easy way of accessing presentations that you use frequently. So just be aware of that. Now, the amount of presentations that you can see in this recent list is very much controlled by what you have set in your PowerPoint options. So if I jump down to Options in the menu on the left-hand side and go into the Advanced page, if we scroll down, you'll see here in the Display section, I've got mine set to show the last 50 recent presentations. Now, you might think this is a bit of overkill. You might want to modify this. That is entirely up to you. Now, notice when I cancel out of this page, it doesn't take me back to that start screen. It takes me straight into PowerPoint. And this is what I mean. You only ever get to see that start screen when you first start up PowerPoint. Now, what you'll also find on this homepage is just quick access to different PowerPoint templates and also a blank presentation template. And if we click this little More Themes link over on the right-hand side, this is going to take us into the new page, and this is where we can find all of our templates if we wish to use one. So if I don't want to start just with a blank presentation, I could take a look through some of the templates that are already available in PowerPoint. So for example, if I was to click, let's try this one here, Orange Burst. I can see that this is a template that's been provided by Microsoft. If I click on the Create button, it's going to open this template in PowerPoint, and I basically have a starting point. I can just go in, I can make changes to the text, I can switch out the picture if I want to, but it just means I'm not starting from a blank slide. So there are plenty of templates in PowerPoint for you to use if you wish to, and all of the templates are divided down into different categories. So if you're looking for business templates, I can click on Business just here, and I get some really nice business templates that I can use. Now we're going to talk more about templates a bit later on, but just be aware that they live in the New area. And then finally on this start screen, we have an Open button. And this is, as you would expect, where we can go if we want to open existing presentations. What you'll see on the right hand side are again the most recent presentations, so that's nice and quick to open them from here by double clicking. We can also see any recent folders that we've saved in, which can be very helpful. But if you just want to browse your C drive or maybe your subfolders on your PC, you do have a browse option just here, which is going to open up File Explorer, and you can go through and open your presentation from there. If you do have OneDrive installed, then you're going to be able to see your OneDrive just here as well. So if you have presentations that you need to open from there, you can access them underneath Personal. And then right at the bottom of this left-hand menu, we have the Account button. Now this is just going to give me some information about the product that I'm using, in this case Office Professional Plus 2021. And I can also do things like sign out of my account. I can change my background theme, and this just really relates to, I don't know if you can see up in the top right hand corner, I have different things being displayed as I hover over these. So this is kind of just a little fun thing really. I'm going to leave mine on clouds. I could also change my office theme. So currently I'm using colourful. I could choose dark grey if that's a bit easier on my eyes. I could go for black. I could go for white. Or I could use my system settings. Now, in general, I tend to use colourful. And we can also see any connected services here as well. So I have 2 OneDrive accounts which I've connected to make it a lot easier for me to open documents from my OneDrive. So if you do want to add your OneDrive account, you can simply click on Add Service, and then you can choose OneDrive or OneDrive for Business. We then have a feedback page, so you can send some feedback to Microsoft if you want to. And then we have our PowerPoint options. And this is basically where you can come to customize how your copy of PowerPoint works. Now we have a whole lesson on this a bit later on, so for the time being, I'm just going to click on Cancel. Now once again, it's jumped me straight into PowerPoint as opposed to back to that start screen. But that's not a problem. If we click on the File tab, you can see we get something very similar to that start screen, but we have a few extra options. And this is what we call the backstage area. It's where you kind of perform all of your admin style tasks. It's where you come to open existing presentations, create new ones, save, print, share, export, all of those good things, which we're going to go through later on in this course. But what we are going to do is we're going to jump across to New, and we're going to select Blank Presentation, because I want to finish out this lesson just by taking you on a quick tour of the different elements of the PowerPoint window. So starting at the top, in the top left-hand corner where you can see all of these different icons, we have our Quick Access toolbar. And this is an area that you can customize, and you can add to this toolbar all of the commands that you use frequently. So it just makes them a lot quicker for you to access because you're not having to search through all the different ribbons. We then have the title of the presentation. Now mine just says Presentation 2, which is a very generic presentation name. Obviously, when we save this, we'll give it a more meaningful title. We then have a search bar. You can see the keyboard shortcut there of Alt-Q. So if you're clicked somewhere in your presentation and you want to quickly jump up to that search bar, just press Alt-Q and your cursor is going to jump straight up there. Now we can use this to search for various different things in our PowerPoint presentation, and again, we'll talk more about that a bit later on. Over on the right hand side, we just have our account information, as well as 3 icons which will allow us to minimize, maximize, and also close. Now it's worth noting that this close button in the top right hand corner will close down all of PowerPoint. So if you have multiple presentations open, it's going to close all of them in one go. If you simply want to just close the presentation that you currently have open, you can do that by going to File and Close, or you can press the keyboard shortcut Control W. Let's reopen another blank presentation. The keyboard shortcut for that is Control N. Notice now the title is Presentation 3 as opposed to Presentation 2. Now underneath our title bar we have our ribbons, and each of these ribbons contain commands logically organized into groups. And in general, what you'll find on the home ribbon are all of the commands that you're going to use most frequently. So things like cut, copy, paste, changing the layout of your presentation, formatting options, paragraph options, things like that. Insert is where we go to insert things into our presentation. We have a draw ribbon. If we have a touchscreen device, that can be pretty useful. We have a design ribbon where we can change things like the overall theme. We have a transitions ribbon. So this very much deals with the effects that we use when we're moving between slides. We have all of our animations on the animations ribbon. We have a slideshow ribbon, which is where we go to set up how we want our presentation to run. We have a record ribbon. So if we want to add things like screen recordings, audio, video, things like that. The review ribbon contains things like spell check, thesaurus, comments, things like that. This is generally the ribbon that you come to at the end of your presentation. We have a view ribbon, so we can view our presentation in different ways and do things like zoom in and zoom out. And then finally, we have a help ribbon if we're looking for some extra guidance. So the ribbons you're going to be using constantly to execute commands in your PowerPoint presentation. Now underneath that, on the left-hand side, we have the slides pane. Now this can be made bigger or smaller just by dragging this in or out. And as we build our presentation, we're going to see all of our different slides appearing in here. Currently, we only have one. And then in the middle, we're going to see the larger version of whatever slide we have selected in the slides pane. And then finally at the bottom, we have our status bar. Now the status bar can show us useful information, but it's also where we can come to do things like quickly change the view, zoom in and zoom out, and also view things like comments and notes that we might have attached to this slide. So that is the basic interface that you're going to be working in when you're building a presentation in PowerPoint. Make sure that you're familiar with it and that you have a rough idea where to go to access different commands. One of the biggest time-saving features in PowerPoint is the Quick Access toolbar. And it's not only a great time-saving feature in PowerPoint, it's a great time-saving feature across all of the Microsoft applications, because you will find this in Excel, in Word, in Outlook, across all of them. Now the Quick Access toolbar is located in the very top left-hand corner of your PowerPoint window. And it's this here, this little toolbar that you can see with these little icons on it. Now what exactly is this Quick Access toolbar? Well, it's a way that we can quickly access commands that we use frequently. Because sometimes it can be quite a pain to have to hunt around in these different ribbons searching for the command that you want. What you can do is just simply add it to the Quick Access toolbar to make it quick and easy to find. So in this lesson, I just want to highlight a couple of things about this Quick Access toolbar and also show you how you can customize it. The first thing to note here is that we have some default icons on our Quick Access toolbar. Now the icons you see by default might be different to the icons that I see, but everyone will always have the Save button, Undo and Redo by default on that Quick Access toolbar. Now what you'll notice is that at the end here we have a little drop down, and if I hover my mouse over it, it says Customize Quick Access Toolbar. That's going to open up a menu and you can see ticks next to the commands that I already have on my Quick Access Toolbar. And what you'll notice is that some of these other ones, which have been deemed popular commands in PowerPoint, I can simply add to my Quick Access Toolbar by selecting them. So if I choose New, I now have quick access to creating a new PowerPoint presentation. Maybe I email a lot of presentations. I might want to add this button to the toolbar as well. And I can go through just selecting from this list. Now that's all well and good, but we only have a select number of commands available in this drop down. What about if I want to add something completely different? Maybe I want to add Insert Picture to my Quick Access Toolbar. Well, there are a couple of ways that we can do this. The first way is that we can just simply add it from the ribbon. So all we would need to do is go to the Insert tab. I want to add Insert Pictures, so I can right-click on the icon and I have Add to Quick Access Toolbar available just here. And as soon as I do that, you can see that it's been added, and I can then go in and choose what I want to add. So you can basically right-click on any icon on any ribbon and add it to your Quick Access Toolbar. Now it's also worth noting that not every single command available in PowerPoint can be seen on a ribbon. And in fact, there are many hidden ribbons that you don't see until you're clicked on a relevant item in your presentation. So what about if I want to add one of those commands to my Quick Access Toolbar? Well, this is not a problem. Again, we can click the drop down and all the way at the bottom, we can go to More Commands. Now this is going to jump us into our PowerPoint options. And we went in here briefly in a previous lesson when we were checking how many recent presentations or how many recent documents we were displaying. Now one of the tabs in PowerPoint options is Quick Access Toolbar. So this is where you can come to fully customize what you're seeing on that QAT. Notice on the right hand side, I'm currently seeing all of the commands that I have on my Quick Access Toolbar. And if I want to remove any of these, I can also do that from here as well. So for example, if I select email, I can click remove in the middle to get rid of it. Let's go for new file. Let's remove that as well. And I'm going to remove insert pictures also. What I'm also going to remove is touch mouse mode because I'm not using a touch device and so I don't really need this on my QAT. Let's click on remove. Now what I want to do is go through and maybe add commands that are relevant to the types of things that I do. And you'll find all of your commands on the left-hand side of the screen. Now, currently, I'm only displaying popular commands. If I want to see every command that's available in PowerPoint, I could choose all commands from this drop-down. And it takes a couple of seconds to load them up because there are so many of them, but I'm going to see all commands listed out in alphabetical order to make them a little bit easier to find. So if I scroll through this list, I know that I am always aligning objects on my slide. So I want to add some of my most used alignment tools to my Quick Access Toolbar. So I'm going to say, let's go for Align Left. Let's select it and click on the Add button in the middle to move it over to the right. I'm going to choose Align Right. Let's add that as well. And let's go for Align Top also. Let's click on Add. And I might as well add Align Bottom while I'm here. So very easy to add your commands. Now that I've added those, I might look at this list and think, actually, you know what? I want to reorder this a little bit. Maybe I want all of these alignment commands to show on the QAT after redo. Well, this is where we can use our arrows to the right-hand side to reorganize this list of commands and change the order. Now you have to do these one at a time, so let's select Align Left. I'm going to move that up too, and I'm going to carry on just moving these up just to reorganize the commands on the QAT. Now something else I might want to do just to give my Quick Access Toolbar a little bit of structure is add some separators to separate different groups of commands. Now you'll find separators at the top of every single one of these lists. So I'm currently clicked on all commands, but if I was to go to popular commands, the first item in that list is also separator. So I'm going to add two separators. So let's click add twice. And I'm now going to move these into position. So I think I want to separate Save, Undo and Redo from my alignment utilities. So let's select the separator and move it up. And I think that looks pretty good. Once you're happy with the Quick Access toolbar, click on the OK button and it's going to completely update. So now take a look at what I have. I have Save, Undo and Redo, then we have a separator, then I have my alignment tools, then another separator, then I have my Run slideshow, and then I have my new slide. Now the final thing I want to mention here is that you do have a little bit of control as to where this Quick Access toolbar is positioned. So currently I have mine showing above my ribbons, which is the default, but if I want to put it underneath my ribbons, I can click the drop down again, and then the last option in this list is Show Below the Ribbon. And this in general is where I tend to prefer to have my QAT positioned, but again, this is entirely personal preference. It's also worth noting that aside from right-clicking on any command to add them to the Quick Access toolbar, you can also right-click on any command on the Quick Access toolbar and remove it from there very simply as well. So that is what the Quick Access toolbar is, how you can customize it, and how you can change its position. In this lesson, we're going to do a quick overview of some of the fundamental skills that you need in PowerPoint in relation to opening, closing, and saving presentations. Now, currently we have a presentation open. It's just a blank presentation. We haven't added anything to it yet. And if you take a look up in that title bar, we just have the rather generic name of Presentation 3. And PowerPoint will just give your presentations a generic name until you save them as something a bit more meaningful. Now, what if I decide that actually I don't want to use this presentation? Well, I'm going to need to close it down. Now, because I haven't saved it, it's not going to ask me to do anything. It will just close it down if that's the option that I choose. Now, when it comes to closing presentations, there are a couple of different methods that you can use. As we mentioned previously, if you go up to the very top right-hand corner, notice we have a big cross, and when I hover over, it says close. Now, if I was to click this, it's going to close my presentation, but it's going to close every other presentation that I have open as well. Now, that's fine if you want to just close down at the end of the day. That is perfect. You can click that, and it means you're not having to close each individual presentation. But if you just simply want to close the presentation that you have open on the screen, you don't really want to click that button. Instead, you'll need to go into the File tab. Remember, this is our backstage area. And we have a close option just here. There's also a keyboard shortcut for close. So if you're somebody who loves to use keyboard shortcuts, you can press Control W and that's just going to close it down. Now, notice all of PowerPoint closed down when I did that. And that's because I only had one presentation open. If I had multiple open, it would simply just close down that one presentation. So let's reopen PowerPoint and we're going to create another new blank presentation. Now again, there are a couple of ways that you can do this. You can choose blank presentation from the Home tab, or you can go to the New page and choose blank presentation from here. If you're already in a presentation and you want to create another one, you could also use the keyboard shortcut of Control N. That's going to give me presentation 2. And then if I minimize that down, I have presentation 1 underneath. Now, what about if I want to open an existing presentation as opposed to create a new one? Well, again, we can jump up to the File tab and go down to Open. And from here, we have numerous different options. I can choose a presentation that I've opened recently from the list. I could maybe browse to a folder that I've saved into recently and find my file that way. I can select it from OneDrive if I have it saved in one of those folders, or alternatively I can just click on Browse, which is going to open up File Explorer, and I can find my presentation from there. Now I'm going to go back to Recent, and all I need to do here is simply double click to open one from my recent list. So let's open a presentation that I used for a webinar a couple of weeks ago. So really nice and straightforward. Again, if I want to close this presentation, I can press Ctrl W to get rid of that. And now I'm back into presentation 2. So now we have this presentation, let's save it. And we're just going to give this a very simple name of my first presentation. Now again, a few different ways that we could do this. We could click on the Save button on the Quick Access toolbar, or we could use Ctrl S. Now there's an important distinction to make here when this is a file that hasn't been saved before. So notice this is a brand new file, I haven't saved it previously. If I just click the Save button or press Ctrl S, it's going to ask me to save this file as a name. If I've already got a saved file open and I click on the Save button, it's just going to save my latest changes back to that file name. So the Save button does operate slightly different depending on if this is a file that's already been saved or one that you're saving for the first time. So aside from clicking on that button, let's just click on Cancel there for a moment. I could jump up to File to go into the Backstage area again, and notice I have Save and Save As. Now again, because I'm saving this for the first time, it doesn't matter which one of these I choose, it's going to ask me to save it as a particular file name. So I'm going to say I want to save it. Let's browse for a folder to save it into, and I'm going to save this into the Course Files folder. And now I can give my presentation a name. Notice that the file extension is .pptx. That is the default that will be assigned to all of your PowerPoint presentations unless you specify a different extension from the drop-down. And again, we're going to talk more about this a bit later on. For the time being, let's just call this my first presentation and click on Save. PowerPoint's going to save it to the folder that I specified, and now if you take a look up in the title bar, we have a new name for our presentation. Notice that now that I've saved this, my save icon has changed. Now I get this little circular icon on top of the save icon, which basically just means from this point onwards, whenever I click this button, it's just going to save any updates that I've made. So maybe if I added something like, I'm just going to put title in here. If I want to save this, I can click the Save button or I can press Ctrl S, and that's going to save my latest changes back to this file name. So that's the very simple process of creating new presentations, closing presentations, and also saving presentations. Earlier on in this section, we started to briefly talk about PowerPoint templates. And what we found out is that we can find all of the templates available in PowerPoint underneath the New page. And all of these templates are divided down into categories, or if we're looking for a specific template, we can simply type a search term into the search bar. So maybe I'm looking for a sales pitch. I could type in pitch. Click the magnifying glass, it's going to search through those templates and return me a list of templates that are relevant to what I'm doing. Now there are a couple of important things that you need to know if you choose to work with a template. So what we're going to do is we're just going to load up one of these to use as our example. So I think I'm going to go for this one here, the restaurant pitch deck. Let's click on it. I can see here a little bit of information about this template. I can see who's providing this template, so in this case Microsoft, and I can also see the download size as well. So let's click the Create button, which is going to load this template into the main PowerPoint window. Now what you'll immediately notice is that it's loaded the template, but also on the right hand side we have the Help pane pop open. And this is just designed to help you when it comes to editing this template. So we have some information about how to edit a presentation, add your own pictures, so on and so forth. So you could choose to read through this, or alternatively, you can just close down this pane by clicking on the cross. So now notice that we have all of the different thumbnails or the different slides loaded into that slides pane. And we have a lot of different styles applied to this particular theme. But notice that despite the fact that each of these slides is different, the colors are consistent, the style is consistent, the font is consistent. So everything looks really nicely tied together. Now, templates are really designed to give you a starting point when designing your presentation. Obviously, when you open a template, such as this one for a pitch deck, this is very much tailored towards the restaurant industry. And it might be that you work in a completely different industry and these images aren't really representative of the industry that you work in. So obviously, we need to make changes to this template in order to make it relevant, but it's a lot easier starting from a template than just starting from a blank presentation. For example, I could switch out this particular image. If I click on the image, notice I get a picture format ribbon where I could choose to change the picture. I can edit the text. I could change the font of the text. I could change the background color if I wanted to. So everything in the template is completely customizable. So what you can do is load up this template. You can make your changes, maybe brand it with your company colors. And then if you want to reuse that template, you can save it as a template file. So let's take a look at that. Now I'm going to make a minor change to this template. I'm just going to change the title here to, let's just change it to My Restaurant. And I'm going to take that font size down a little bit so it all fits nicely on one line. So I've made a very minor change to this template. Now, if I want to reuse this over and over again, I need to save this as a template. So let's go up to File, down to Save As, and we're going to jump straight into Browse. And it's important that when you are saving a template that you do come into Browse, because this is going to give us access to the Save As type dropdown. Because in order to save a file as a template, you need to change it to this file extension just here, PowerPoint template. It's a .potx file. Now notice as soon as I change that file type, it jumps me to the Custom Office Templates folder. Now I would recommend that you save all of the templates that you create into the default, which is Custom Office Templates. And I'll show you why in a moment. Now you don't necessarily have to, you could go through and choose your own folder to save this into, but there are some advantages to saving it into the default. So I'm going to choose the default folder, which is Documents, Custom Office Templates. Let's change the file name. I'm going to call this Restaurant Pitch Template and click on Save. Let's close down the file. So I'm going to go up to File and down to Close. Now if I want to reuse that template, I can go to File and into New, and then underneath this Personal tab, I should find the template that I've just saved. And it's actually this one just here. It's not showing a particularly nice thumbnail, but I could right click and choose Preview to make sure that that is the correct one, which it is. So my template is now listed underneath this Personal section. And the reason why it's listed there is because I saved it into the Custom Office Templates folder. If I just saved the template into one of my own folders or a OneDrive folder, something like that, I wouldn't be able to see it underneath Personal. So I always like to save into that custom folder because it just makes it a lot quicker for me to access all of my templates. So if I now select this template and click on Create, it's basically going to create a new presentation for me. Take a look at the title, Presentation 4, and I can now work on this template. So all of the changes that I make from now on are not going to be resaved over the old template because each time you select it, you create a new document. If I then wanted to make further changes to this, I could then save it back into the Custom Office Templates folder if I wanted to as a different type of template. So just be aware of that. Templates are made to be reused over and over again. And if you save them to the Custom Office Templates folder, you're going to be able to access them easily underneath that Personal tab. We briefly mentioned in a previous lesson that you can customize the way that your copy of PowerPoint works through PowerPoint options. So I want to just take a little bit of a deeper dive in there so you know exactly where to go in order to change some of the settings. So you're going to find your PowerPoint options underneath the File tab. Yes, we are going back into the Backstage area again. And all the way at the bottom, we have options. Now, this is going to open up your PowerPoint options. We have numerous different sections in here. So let's take a look at some of the things that you might want to change. Now, in the first group here underneath General, where we have User Interface Options, a couple of things I'd point out in here. You could choose to not show the mini toolbar on selection. Now, you might be wondering to yourself, well, what exactly is the mini toolbar? Let me show you. Let's cancel out of here. Now, if I was to select a piece of text, notice that as soon as I select it, I get this little mini floating toolbar. And this just gives me quick access to some of the most common formatting features. Now, some people really like this, some people don't. They feel it gets in the way. If you are one of those people, then you can choose to turn off the mini toolbar, and that is exactly what that option controls. So if you dislike that, you can untick it from here. One thing that I would always leave turned on is Enable Live Preview. So again, for example, if I wanted to see what different themes were going to look like on my presentation, when I hover over the themes in the themes gallery, it's going to show me a live preview as to what that theme is going to look like without me actually having to click on it to select it. So I find that really useful. It works the same for fonts as well. So if you have a piece of text highlighted and you want to see what that text looks like using different fonts, you can simply hover your mouse over the font and you'll see the live preview. So I would always keep that turned on. Another thing you might want to define is your screen tip style. Now, I have mine set to show feature descriptions in screen tips, but you do have a couple of other options in here. For example, if I was to select Don't Show Feature Descriptions in Screen Tips and click on OK, if I now hover over one of my commands, can you see as I hover over font, I just get the screen tip that says font color. If I hover over Format Painter, it just says Format Painter. Now, I actually like to have a bit of a fuller description in those screen tips because sometimes I'm not exactly sure what a command does, and that screen tip can be really helpful. So if we go back into Options, I'm going to choose to set this back to show feature descriptions in screen tips. So now when I hover over Format Painter, I get a lot more information about that particular command. But if you don't like those or you feel that they waste a little bit of room, then you can choose to even turn them off entirely. If we scroll down, you can see I've got my information just here. I always like to make sure that's correct. And then you can also customize your Office background and your Office theme. If we jump across to the proofing page, this is where you can set up your autocorrect options. And again, we'll go into that in a bit more detail later on. And also how PowerPoint is going to handle spelling errors whenever it comes across them. Now, a couple of things I would always turn on in here. At the bottom, make sure you have check spelling as you type turned on. That means that if you make a spelling error, it's going to be flagged straight away and you're going to get the option to fix it as you go through. Let's jump across to the Save page. Well, this is very important where it says Save Auto Recover Information every 10 minutes. So unlike PowerPoint for Microsoft 365, which is automatically saving all the time, when you're using these standalone applications like 2021, it doesn't do that. So you need to remember to save. Now, I would always set this auto recover information to 5 or at most 10 minutes so that if your PowerPoint does crash, you're only going to lose at most 5 to 10 minutes of work. So set this to whatever you feel is appropriate for you. Also note underneath that if your PowerPoint does crash, any files that have been recovered are going to be saved in this location here. Again, you might want to change this to a completely different folder. Let's jump across to language. Well, in here, it should have already picked up your language that's in use when you're using Windows. But if you need to work in two languages, like I do sometimes I need to create documents with American spelling, and sometimes I need to create documents with British spelling. Believe it or not, the same language, but lots of differences. So I generally tend to have both languages installed and then switch between them. So if that's something that you also need to do, you have an Add Language button there just to add that in. If we jump across to accessibility, this is a way you can ensure that your documents are accessible to everyone. So for example, you can provide feedback with sound for people who are sight impaired. Or maybe for people who are hearing impaired, you want to make sure that you're showing feature descriptions in screen tips so they can see that on the screen, and also things like shortcut keys as well. So always good to check your accessibility options. If we go into advanced, this is where we have the main bulk of our options. And I really would encourage you to go through each of these and just review, make sure that everything is set up correctly. I will say that most of the time I tend to stick with the default settings. There'll just be a few things that I customize. For example, as we saw before, the number of presentations that I see in my recent presentations list. Now I'm actually going to put this down to 25 because 50 is a little bit too much. I also like to make sure that I have my vertical ruler showing in my PowerPoint presentations, which can be very useful if you're doing things like alignment. So make sure you go through all of these in this advanced section. On the next page, we have customize ribbons. So again, we're going to come on to this a bit later on, but this is where you can come if you want to make changes to the commands and the groups that you're seeing on the ribbons, or even create your own custom ribbons with your own commands, which is very exciting. And we're going to see how to do that towards the end of this course. We then have the quick access toolbar page. We've already had a good look around here in one of the previous lessons. And then finally, we have add-ins. So if we have any add-ins installed, we'll be able to see them in there. And then finally, add Trust Center settings. And again, this is something we'll cover a bit later on, but it mainly relates to security settings surrounding opening external presentations. Sometimes you have to be quite careful about where your presentation comes from. You want to make sure that you're not opening anything that's going to cause any harm to your PC or maybe unleash a virus on your company network. So this is kind of where we can go to control all of those types of things. So that is your PowerPoint options. Definitely worth having a look through there and customizing where necessary. It's now time to do exercise 2, where we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to show the quick access toolbar below the ribbon. I'd then like you to add the following commands to the quick access toolbar: bold, icons, run slideshow from current slide, and set up slideshow. And you can see there I've added the icons to help you identify them. I'd then like you to organize the quick access toolbar logically into groups using separators. Once you've done that, I'd like you to practice working with templates. So first, I'd like you to search for and load the financial pitch deck template. And you can see a screenshot of exactly what that looks like below. I'd like you to make some minor edits to this template, so I'd like you to change the title to My Pitch Deck and add your name as the author. I'd then like you to save this template into the default templates folder as mypitchdeck.potx. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to move the quick access toolbar to below the ribbon. So let's jump up and click on the down arrow, and we're going to choose Show Below the Ribbon. I then asked you to add 4 different commands to the quick access toolbar. And there are a few different methods and ways that you can do this, so I don't mind which method you used. The first one I wanted you to add was bold, so I'm going to right click, Add to Quick Access Toolbar. I asked you to add icons. Let's add to Quick Access Toolbar. And then on the slideshow ribbon, I wanted you to add play from current slide and also set up slideshow. I then asked you to organize these commands logically using separators. So for this, we need to jump into the back end. So we're going to go to More Commands to open up PowerPoint options. I'm going to make sure that I have a separator selected, and I'm just going to add a couple of these in and then move them into position. So we're going to separate off the first 3. I'm then going to move this one up to separate off bold and insert icons from the slideshow commands. Click on OK, and we now have an organized QAT. The next part of this exercise was working with templates. So I asked you to search for and open the financial pitch deck template. So we need to go to File and New, and now we can search down here. So I'm going to type in pitch deck. You could have typed in financial pitch deck, and it's this one just here. Let's click and choose Create. I then asked you to make some minor edits to this template, and I asked you just to modify the text in these two text boxes on the first slide. I then asked you to save this template into the default templates folder. So let's jump up to File and down to Save As. I'm going to go to Browse, and as soon as we change the Save As type to a POTX file extension, it's going to jump us into the correct folder. We're going to save as my pitch deck. Now I can see I've got a spelling mistake in there, so let's just remove that and click on Save. And I need to just correct that on that title slide as well. But that is pretty much it. That is all I needed you to do for this exercise. Hope you got on okay with that. I will see you in the next one. So it's time now to really get going on building our presentation. And I'd like to start out in this lesson by just talking a little bit about one of the fundamental concepts that you need to get your head around in PowerPoint, and that is slide layouts. Because this is something that you're going to encounter every time you add a brand new slide to your presentation. Now, I'm just going to work in the presentation that we created in one of the previous lessons. Currently, we just have one slide. Now, one thing that you'll notice about this slide is that it has on it what we call placeholders, and those are these rectangular boxes that you can see here. And I can select each one of them simply by clicking on the text. And that's exactly what these placeholders hold on this particular layout. They hold text. You can see the top one is basically a placeholder for me to add a slide title, and the one underneath is a placeholder for me to add a subtitle. And this is just a really nice quick way of me being able to input a title and a subtitle and make sure that they're centered on the slide. So let's just change this title. I'm just going to call it My First Presentation. And then in the subtitle, I'm going to add my name underneath. Nice and simple. We just need to type. Notice that when I click away, those text boxes disappear. When I click on the text, they reappear again. So what exactly are these placeholders? Well, these are related to the layout that I'm using on this first slide. Now, how do we find out what layout we're using? Well, we can jump up to the Home tab. In the Slides group, notice we have a layout drop-down. And you can see that currently I'm using a title slide layout. So in general, this is the layout you would use when you want to just add, as it says, a title to your presentation. But notice that we have lots of other different types of layout that we can apply to our slides. Now, what I can do from this layout drop-down is I can actually change the layout of this particular slide. So maybe I decide that now I just want the title only. I don't need a subtitle. I could change it to the title only layout. Now, because I already have text, it does its best to try and work that out, but it's giving me my title at the top, and I'm probably going to want to delete out this particular placeholder simply by selecting it and pressing delete. So now I have the title only layout applied to this presentation. What about if I was to change it to title and content? I get something completely different. So I still have my title placeholder, but now I also have a content placeholder. And in the middle here, this is a quick way to add a table, a chart, smart art, pictures, things like that. So the idea behind these layouts is to really give you a bit of a head start on the layout of your slide and also help you quickly add content to your slide as well. Also notice that it's giving me bulleted text as well. So this layout basically assumes that I either want to type some bulleted items, or maybe I want to insert a picture, a table, a graphic, something like that. Now, I don't want to do any of those things. I'm going to switch it back to title slide. So that is how you can change the layout of an existing slide. What we can also do is in the same group, we can add a new slide and choose the layout that we want to use. So maybe on the next slide, I want a to content layout. If I click this, it gives me a title placeholder, and then I have two content placeholders where I can choose to add text or maybe add something else like a table or a picture. Now it's worth remembering that each slide that you add to your presentation must have a layout applied to it, even if you're using the blank layout. So if we click back on slide number 2 and go back up to layout, notice that we have a blank just here. So if you just want to start from scratch and you don't want any placeholders or anything on the slide, you can choose blank layout. And I will say that for me, when I'm designing presentations, I tend to mostly start with a blank layout these days. I used to start with these different slide layouts, but now I tend to like to design mine from scratch. So in general, I'll use blank fairly frequently. Now, of course, if we go back to slide 1, we aren't restricted with these layouts as to the type of font and things that we can add. If I wanted to add a picture to this slide, I could. If I wanted to change the font, I could do that as well. Now, when you have placeholders, if I want to change the font of my first presentation, I could highlight the text, go up to the Home tab and change the font, or I could just select the placeholder. Then if I go up and change the font to, let's change this to, let's go for Lato. This is one of my favorite fonts. I'm going to go for Lato Black. And there we go. So I don't necessarily have to highlight the text. Let's put my name back in here again. And let's change this. If I select the text box, and let's go up and change the font. So this time we're going to choose Lato again, but we're not going to go for Lato Black. We're going to go for Lato, like so. Notice that everything is nicely aligned in the middle, and I haven't really had to expend too much effort to do that. So there are some advantages to using these different content layouts. So be aware that they're there. Be aware that in order to change the layout of an existing slide, you go to the Layout drop-down. If you want to create a new slide with a different layout, you go to the New Slide drop-down. Now that we've got a couple of slides added to this first presentation, let's take a look at how we can add new slides, delete slides, and organize our slides. Now, currently, I have 2 slides in my presentation. If I want to add a brand new slide, we've already seen we can jump up to the New Slide drop-down and choose a specific layout. So if I choose another blank layout, I'm going to get another slide. Now notice that as you add slides, they're all numbered 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth. Now what about if I want to duplicate or copy a slide? We have 2 options here. So let's say I want to make another copy of slide 1. What I could do is right click on the slide and I could choose to copy it. And then I can go somewhere else in my presentation, and you can see that wherever I click, I get that red line. I could right click and then I can choose a paste option. So I'm going to select paste and it's going to paste that slide in. So copy and paste is a perfectly valid way of making a duplicate of a slide. You can also use the keyboard shortcuts Ctrl+C to copy and Ctrl+V to paste if you prefer. If we want to delete a slide, again, we can use our right-click menu and we have a delete slide option in the contextual menu, or alternatively, we can just select the slide and press the delete key on our keyboard. Now, I showed you the method of copying and pasting, but the method that I use most often if I want to make a copy of a slide is duplicate. I just find it a little bit quicker. What you can do here is just press the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+D, and that's going to create a duplicate of your slide. You can then move that slide into its correct position by simply dragging and dropping. So I can pick up this slide and I can just drag it down and drop it in its correct location in the presentation. So Ctrl+D is a great little keyboard shortcut that I find myself using all the time. Alternatively, if you go to the right-click menu, you can see that you also have that operation in there as well. Speaking of this right-click menu, whilst we're in here, we can also add a new slide from here as well. So I can click that and I'm going to get a new slide. I can also change the slide layout. So if I want to have this as a title and content slide, I can do that from there as well. So don't forget about that right-click menu, because you can access many of the relevant options in there as well without having to go to the ribbon. Now I'm just going to delete out that slide that we just added so that we just have these four. What else can I do in here to organize my slides? Well, I could create sections for them as well. Now, sections are particularly useful if you have a much longer presentation. It's nice to be able to organize them into logical sections, and sections enable you to kind of hone in on the information that you're interested in. So what I could do here is maybe I want these first two slides to be part of the introduction section and the second two slides to be about the team. So I can select these first two slides, hold down Shift to make multiple selections, and then I can jump up to the section drop down and choose Add Section. Notice it says Untitled Section at the top, and I can now give my section a name. So I'm going to call this Introduction and choose Rename. I can do the same with the remaining two, so let's hold down Shift to select both of them, up to Section, Add Section, and this one is going to be called The Team. And let's click on Rename. And I could go through and carry on adding sections to give my presentation some structure. What it also allows me to do when I have sections in my presentation is I can collapse the section and really just focus on the parts of the presentation that I'm interested in. So this can be particularly useful. You can also collapse up all of the slides and just see those high-level headings if you want to. Now, if you want to make any modifications to these sections, maybe you decide that you want to change the name, again you can right-click and you're going to have some options in there. So I can choose to rename the section. I can remove the sections and the slides all in one go, or I can choose to remove all sections in the presentation. I can move the section up, I can collapse all, or expand all. So if I choose collapse all, everything's going to be collapsed up. Expand all, it's going to come back again. Now what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to say remove all sections because I don't really want to add those as yet. One final shortcut key to show you here, if you want to quickly add a slide, you can press Ctrl M and that's going to give you another slide, and it will be based on the previous slide's layout. So because my previous slide was a blank, I'm getting a blank. If I click on my first presentation and do Ctrl M, I'm going to get the same layout as slide number 3. So just be aware of that when you're using that particular keyboard shortcut. The final button to point out in this little slides group up here is the reset button. And if we hover over, we're going to be able to see the screen tip for this. And it says that it resets the position, size and formatting of the slide placeholders to their default settings. So for example, on this first slide, I changed the font that's in use. So if I click on the reset button, you can see that it's going to reset it back to the font that was in use when I added this slide. And that's going to be the default font of Calibri Light. Reset's particularly useful if you've moved placeholders around and made quite a lot of changes and you just really want to reset it back to how it was originally in the layout. That's when that reset button can be super useful. One thing you might find yourself having to do fairly frequently is import slides from other presentations. So what exactly do I mean by that? Well, I know that when I worked at large corporations, quite often they might receive a presentation from a client that they need to incorporate into their sales pitch or something along those lines. So they want to bring in a few slides from the client presentation into their sales pitch. And what happens a lot of the time is that they will just simply try and copy and paste the slide, and then they'll come across all kinds of formatting issues. Because it might be that the client is using a completely different slide size. Maybe they're using a specific font that doesn't exist in your copy of PowerPoint. Maybe they're using images that you don't have access to, things like that. So all of these things you need to be careful of when you're importing slides in. Now, with all that said, you can just copy and paste slides from one presentation to another. So let's take a look at that first, and then I'll show you another method. So I've very quickly opened up another PowerPoint presentation. And this is actually the one that I use for the titles of these lessons in this course. And you can also see some of the slides that I used in the introduction. So what about if I want to copy and paste a couple of these into my presentation? Well, as I said, you can copy and paste. So if I take slide 2, for example, I could right click, I could choose copy, and then I can go over to my slides pane, right click, and you can see I have a few different paste options. Now the first one says use destination theme. So whatever theme I have in use in this presentation, the slide that I'm copying in is going to take on that theme. Now remember, that might cause some changes to the original slide. What I could do is I could keep the source formatting. So if I want to keep whatever formatting is in use in the original, this is the option I would choose. Or I can choose to paste just as a picture. Now the problem when you paste it as a picture is that it becomes uneditable. You're effectively working with a picture of the slide as opposed to individual objects on a slide. So I would say that usually I don't choose this option. Now I'm going to choose the second one, keep source formatting. Let's click it and copy across. Now if we maximize this, I can see that it's come across pretty much exactly the same as the original. Notice that as I copied that across, I now get this little tag underneath which gives me some more paste options. So again, it's telling me I can choose to use the destination theme or I can choose to convert it to a picture. Now if I choose use destination theme, you can see in this case it doesn't really change anything on the slide. It still looks exactly the same as the original. But it's worth noting that sometimes when you do this, you're going to notice changes depending on the formatting that's in use. So just be aware of that when you're copying and pasting slides. You might need to do some rearranging of the placeholders and maybe reformatting of certain elements. But as far as editing imported slides, you can edit them in exactly the same way. So everything is still clickable. I can make changes to the text, so on and so forth. So that's one way that you can copy slides from one presentation to another. Another way of doing this is to go up to the new slide drop down and you can choose to reuse slides. Now I can choose the slides that I want to insert. So I'm going to browse and I'm going to go to the presentation that we were just using, which is this one just here. So let's click on open. Now notice what happens in the pane on the right hand side. It loads up all of the slides that are contained within that presentation. And I can now choose which ones I want to insert. So maybe I want to insert this one, and this one. And I just have to click my mouse and it's going to add them into the presentation. Also notice at the bottom I have an option there to keep the source formatting. So this is a much quicker way of doing things if you have lots of slides that you want to import from one presentation. Another really nice quick way to add slides to a presentation is to import slides using an outline. Now if you're thinking to yourself, well, what exactly does that mean? Let me show you an example. Now for this, we're going to jump across to Word. Now notice here, I simply have a Word document that has some headings. And this might be a plan for each of the slides that I've put together, but I've just done it in a Word document instead. So maybe I know that I want some slide titles to be Introduction, Meet the Team, Our Services and Our Products. And then underneath we have some subheadings. So maybe I create what we call an outline in Word, and then I want to import this into PowerPoint. Now the way that I've created this outline in Word is to jump into View and use Outline View. And this is just a quick way of creating these different headings. I've saved the document as outline.docx, and if you want to give this a go, this file is saved into the course files folder. Now if I click on close and go back to PowerPoint, I can use that outline to create my slides for me. So for this, we're going to go to the slides group again, click on new slide, and notice at the bottom we have slides from outline. So now I can browse for my file, here it is, outline.docx, and click on insert. And would you take a look at that? Like magic, I now have 4 new slides created based on the outline that I created in Word. So I've got the introduction with its subheadings, Meet the Team, Our Services, and Our Products. Now let's just take a look at the layouts that have been applied to these because we didn't specify a particular layout. So if I select the first one and jump up to layout, you can see this has a title and text layout. So there is my placeholder for the title, and there is my placeholder for the text. Now also notice here that the text that's been imported is currently showing in Times New Roman font, and it's showing in this blue color. Now that's because in the Word document the font was actually blue and I was using heading styles essentially. So it's imported them and converted them as best it can. So it might be that you now want to go in and reformat this text so that it matches your presentation. So if I wanted to change all of this to Lato font, I could go through and select each placeholder and change it to Lato, or I could very quickly replace fonts. So let's take a look at how we do that. If we go up to the Home tab, all the way over in the editing group at the end, notice we have Replace. So I'm going to go for Replace Fonts. You can see it's picked up that I have Times New Roman on this page, and then I can choose what I want to replace it with. So I'm going to say that I want to change this to, we're going to go for Lato. I'm going to scroll all the way down to L. There it is. Let's choose Lato and click on Replace. So that's a much quicker way of changing all of the fonts in my presentation. In this lesson, we're going to add a bit of color to our presentations and start taking a look at how we can change the slide backgrounds and also how we can apply themes. So let's start with the slide background. As you can probably tell, by default, when you add a slide into your presentation, the background color is simply going to be white. But it might be that you want to change that to something else. And I would say when you're thinking about changing the background color of the slide, always make sure that you adhere to those golden rules of PowerPoint presentations. Make sure that you have enough contrast between any text that you have on the slide and the background, so the background doesn't overwhelm the content of the slide. Now, in order to change the slide background, we need to go onto the Design tab. And you'll notice all the way over in the Customize group at the end, we have a Format Background option. And the screen tip says, fine-tune the formatting for your background or hide design elements from the current design. So if we click on Format Background, it's going to open this pane on the right-hand side, and we can choose how we want to fill that background. So maybe I want a solid fill color. And currently that color is set to white. But what I could do is click the drop down and I'm going to see a palette that's divided into two groups, theme colors and standard colors. Now the colors that you see in the theme colors color palette are very much related to the theme that you currently have in use in PowerPoint. Now by default, you'll be using the standard Office theme in PowerPoint, and these are the colors that come with that theme. Now if you're wondering what theme you are using, again, on the Design ribbon in the Themes group, if we click the drop down to open up the Themes gallery, you can see at the top there it says This Presentation, and if I hover my mouse over, you can see that I'm using the Office theme and it's being used by all slides. But we have many, many other themes that we can choose from in this gallery, which we're going to take a look at in a moment. But for now, we're using the Office theme, and these are the colors that come with that theme. Underneath, we then have standard colors. So these are your standard colors that aren't part of any particular theme, but you have your general red, green, orange, blue, yellow, that kind of thing down there. What you also have is a more colors option. So if you want to be very specific about the color that you're using and you can't find it in the theme colors or the standard colors, you can choose from this little palette just here, or really get granular and choose from a custom theme palette. And you can really choose any color from here simply by dragging your mouse over this gradient panel, and you can modify this to see if you want it lighter or if you want it darker. If you have a very specific color that you need to use at your company, maybe you have branded colors that you need to use, you can grab the hexadecimal value from your marketing team or whoever looks after your templates, and you can simply type it in there to get the exact color. So a myriad of different options. Now we're just going to stick with our theme colors at the moment. Let's go for a light blue. And as you would expect, that's going to apply that to the slide that we have selected. If I wanted to apply that to multiple slides, I would need to select them in the slides pane. So if I click on slide 2 and then hold down my shift key and click on slide 6, that's going to select all of the slides in between. I can then go back to my palette and choose that same light blue color, and it's now applied to all of the slides. Notice that we also have a transparency slider, so I can drag it up to make it more transparent or drag it down to make it more opaque. What about gradient fill? Well, if I click that, I get an entirely different effect, which can look really nice in some situations. We have some preset gradients in here, so if I want to change this to a completely different color, so let's go for maybe a lighter green, I can choose them from there. I can choose the type of gradient that I'm using, so this is really sort of the way it grades: linear, radial, rectangular. I'm sure you can see some slight changes there to the way it looks, path, so on and so forth. I can choose the direction that shading goes, the angle, and even my gradient stop, so I can really kind of adjust how this gradient moves across this slide. And if I wanted to, I could choose to have different colors. So maybe I want it to go from a blue down to a green. If I click on this gradient stop, I can then change the color. So let's go from a dark blue, and you can sort of see how that's starting to look. And then I can click on the next gradient stop, and maybe I want to make that a slightly lighter blue. You can see how this is kind of working. Click on the third gradient stop. Let's go for an even lighter blue. And now the whole thing's basically blue. So let's change that back to green, like so. And then I can adjust these by moving those gradient stops to get a completely different effect. So you can really get very granular with your customizations here. What about if I want to fill the background with a picture or a texture? Well, we have an option for that as well. Now, as soon as I click on picture or texture fill, it's going to fill it with the default texture, which is kind of this, I'm not really sure what that is, maybe grainy wood or something like that. But I also have a gallery of textures that I can choose from in here. So I will say that I don't think I have ever used these in a PowerPoint presentation, but if you want to, they are there as well. Something that I do use all the time is a picture as a background, and we're going to talk a lot more about this at the end of this section. What we can do is click on Insert, and then we can choose a picture. Now, just for quickness, I'm going to choose a stock image just here, and let's just insert this picture of a flower. I'm going to choose this and click on Insert. And there we go. We have a lovely background image filling this page. Now, not all images that you insert into the background will look quite as good as this. Some of them have sizing issues, some of them end up looking a bit distorted, and I'm going to show you how you can overcome all of those issues at the end of this section. But just be aware that you can fill a background with a picture or a texture. What about the final one here, pattern fill? Well, as you would expect, we have different patterns that we can choose from. And of course, we can customize the foreground color as well. So maybe I want these to be orange instead. And some of these can actually look really effective, although some of them do make you feel a little bit cross-eyed. Now also notice, let's select something not quite as harsh. Let's go for that. If I wanted this background applied to all of my slides, notice right at the bottom I have an Apply to All button. So with one click, I can just apply that to everything in my presentation. So really nice and straightforward. Now I don't want any of these fills, so I'm going to switch it back to solid fill, and I'm going to put it back to white, and I'm going to say Apply to All. The final thing I want to talk to you about in this section is just to go back very briefly to the different themes in PowerPoint. As we saw, we can click the drop down to jump into the themes gallery. I can see the theme currently in use in this presentation, and then underneath I have all of these different themes. And you can see as I hover over them, I'm getting that live preview in the background. And whilst this pane is kind of covering, you can kind of get the idea here. It's going to apply a different theme. So if I choose this one, for example, it's going to apply that theme to all slides in my presentation. Now, a theme in general will include a background, it will include fonts, and it will also include colors and effects. Now, it might be that I really like this background, but I don't particularly like the font that comes with this theme. Well, I can change that. Notice we have a variants group at the top here. So each theme has a number of different variants. So if I decide that I would prefer to have a dark red version of this theme, I can choose the dark red variant. And if I click the drop down just here, I can then choose very specifically the colors that I want to use. So maybe I want to choose something completely different. I can choose the fonts that I have in use. So maybe I would prefer to use Segoe UI. And I can choose different effects. Now, these are more obvious when you have things like shapes in your presentation, because you're going to see things like shadows, reflections, things like that. But all of these things can be customized. And then finally, we have background styles at the bottom, which is really just another way of getting into a format background. These are rather plain backgrounds that you can quickly apply with the click of one mouse. So just remember that the theme that you're using is very important because it not only controls the background, the fonts that are in use, but it also controls the color palette that you have access to. If I now take a look at my home ribbon and jump into the font colors, notice that the palette of colors here is very much relevant to the new theme that I've chosen. If I switch my theme back to Standard Office and go to the Home tab, my colors are now related to that particular theme. It's time now to do exercise 3, where we're going to practice some of the skills we've learnt in relation to slides and layouts. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to create a new blank presentation. I'd then like you to add the following slides: a comparison slide, a to content slide, and also a blank slide. I'd then like you to duplicate the blank slide. So you should end up with 5 slides in your presentation when you take into account the title slide that's there by default. I'd then like you to rearrange the slides so that the to content layout slide directly follows the title slide. I'd then like you to practice adding text and content using the placeholders. So in slides 1 to 3, I'd like you to add the text that you can see in the screenshots, or your own text. That's absolutely fine. To add the image, you're going to need to download the image corporate_training.jpg from the course files folder. And again, I'd like you to use the content placeholder to insert it. I'd then like you to apply the Ion theme to all slides in the presentation, and then save the presentation to your desktop or a folder of your choice as myfirstpresentation.pptx. I'd then like you to close the presentation. That's it for this exercise. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to create a brand new blank presentation. And there are a couple of ways you could do this. You could open up PowerPoint and press Ctrl N. Alternatively, you can go to File and select Blank Presentation from Home, or you can go to New and select Blank Presentation from here. And you should see by default you get a title slide. I then asked you to add 3 more slides to your presentation. So we're going to go to the New Slide drop down. So we want to add a comparison slide, a to content slide, and also a blank slide. I then asked you to duplicate the blank slide. So Ctrl D is the quickest way to do that. I then asked you to rearrange your slides so that the to content slide, which is this one just here, directly follows the title slide. So all we need to do here is drag and drop. Now the next part of the exercise was just to practice adding text and images to the first 3 slides. So let's click here. We're going to say marketing presentation, and we want to add our name underneath. On the next slide, we want this to say about us. And there is our bullet pointed text. Now, I didn't mind if you added in your own text. It's just really to practice using these placeholders. I then asked you to insert an image corporate_training.jpg. and you'll find this image in the exercise files folder. So for this, we want to use the content placeholder. So this is the one to add a picture. Let's click it. We need to navigate to the folder where we have the image stored, select it and click on Insert. And then we just need to add text to this final slide. So this one is called Our Services. We're going to have a little subheading, what we can do for you. And there is our content. The next thing I asked you to do was to apply the Ion theme to all slides in the presentation. So for this, we need to jump up to the Design tab and find the Ion theme. And I think Ion is this one just here. So let's select it. I then asked you to save this presentation to your desktop or a folder of your choice as myfirstpresentation.pptx. So for this, we need to jump up to File, Save As. We can then browse for a folder, make sure that we have the correct file extension, and type in the file name and click Save. Now I already have one in this folder, so I'm going to replace mine, and it's as simple as that. The final thing I asked you to do was just to simply close the presentation. So you could simply use the keyboard shortcut Control W, or you can go to File and Close. Now that we've established some of the basics of working in PowerPoint, it's now time to move into the Slides Workshop section of the course. And this is where we're going to start to put together the presentation that we'll be using throughout the balance of this course. And just for a bit of context, the presentation that we're going to be building is a marketing presentation for a travel company. And this travel company is called Secret Adventures, and they provide adventure travel tours to customers. And we're going to start out in this section by building the title slide. And in the process of doing this, you're going to see a lot of different techniques demonstrated, and we're going to delve into the world of shapes and also text and imagery. We can then take those basic skills and build on them throughout the rest of this course. So the first thing we're going to do here is create a brand new blank presentation. Remember, you could press Ctrl N, or you can click on File, go to New and choose Blank Presentation. Now the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to change the slide layout, and I'm going to change it to blank because I don't want any of those placeholders on there. And I'm also going to save my presentation. So using the Quick Access toolbar, let's click on the Save icon. Because this is the first time that I'm saving it, I'm going to be prompted to enter in a file name, and then I can choose a location to save this presentation into. I'm going to stick with this folder and click on Save. And you'll find the saved version of this file in the Course Files folder. So now it's time for us to start building out our title slide. And what I want on this title slide is I want an image in the background. So I'm going to use an image off of the website that I showed you earlier, pexels.com. So let's jump across here, and I'm just going to type in the word travel. And if we scroll through these images, I think I'm going to use this one for my title slide. So let's click on it and then click the free download button in the top right hand corner. That's going to download it to my downloads folder, and I can then insert it through PowerPoint. So let's jump up to the Insert ribbon, and in the Images group we have a Pictures drop down. Now this little drop down allows us to insert images that we have saved off to our device, so that might be your Downloads folder, or maybe your Documents folder, or your My Pictures folder. We can choose from a selection of stock images, or we can browse the web for an image to use. I will say that if you're going to browse the web, you have to be quite careful that the image that you're going to use has the correct copyright attached. You can't just grab any image that you like off of Google and use that in presentations, particularly if these presentations are going to be shared with others or they're going to be used for commercial reasons. So be very careful when you're using online pictures. In general, I always like to stick to images from pexels.com. So I'm going to go to this device and let's click on the Downloads folder. And there is my image. So let's click on it and click on Insert. Now, do you notice one small problem with this image? it doesn't quite take up the entire background of the slide. I have this white space running down the left and right hand side. Now, what I see people doing time and time again to get around this issue is clicking on the image and then using the resize handle simply to drag this image out. Now, I will say that for some images like this one, that isn't too bad. It doesn't look particularly distorted, but it's not the correct way of resizing an image like this in order to fill that background. So let's do this the right way. I'm going to Control Z a couple of times just to undo. Now instead, what we should be doing here is utilizing the crop and fill functionality in PowerPoint. Now you'll notice that because I'm clicked on this image, I now have a new contextual ribbon. And contextual ribbons are ribbons that only appear when they're needed. So if I click my mouse off of this image and just onto the background of the slide, notice that the picture format ribbon completely disappears. As soon as I click back on the picture, I get that ribbon back. So this is the way that Microsoft kind of saves you a little bit of space by only presenting you with ribbons that are necessary at that particular time. Now everything on this ribbon is related to formatting and changing pictures. And this is where we're going to find our crop and fill utility. So what we're going to do is go all the way over to the size group at the end, and we're going to click the lower half of the crop button and we're going to choose fill. Now this will put these little black fill handles around the outside of the image, and all we need to do is drag these out to fill that white space. Once we're happy with that, we need to click the lower half of the crop button again and tell PowerPoint to fill that blank space. And what it effectively does is it zooms into the picture as opposed to distorting it. So you might find that you do lose a bit of the picture around the outside, but in general, this tends to look a lot better than stretching the image to fill the space. You can make any final adjustments by dragging up and down. And I think I want this to go about there. And then when you're happy with it, click the top half of the crop button. And what you're left with is a perfectly cropped image filling the background of the slide. If you do choose to use a high quality image in the background of your slide, there are some important points that you need to consider. For example, this is going to be the title slide of our presentation. So I probably want to have some text on this slide. Maybe I want to add my company logo and maybe a couple of other things. Now the image that I've chosen to use is quite contrasty. And what I mean by that is that we have certain parts of the image that are dark and certain parts of the image that are light. So if I was to choose to put white text over the top here, whilst that might look pretty good against the darker trees of this image, it's going to blend in a little bit with the sky and the mountains. And on the reverse of that, if I choose to use a darker text for my title, it's not really going to stand out from the darker parts of this image. And one thing you really don't want to do here is you don't want to have an image that's completely going to distract away from the text that you have on the slide. The most important thing here is the text. The image is just there really to add a little bit of interest and to convey your message. So how do we get around this problem? Well, there's a couple of things that we could do here. The first thing we could do is change the transparency of the actual image that we have in the background. We could fade this image out quite a bit so that if we put dark text over the top, it stands out more. So if I was going to use that method, I would make sure that I select the picture, go up to the Picture Format tab, and then in this Adjust group, I have a transparency option. And you can see here that I can choose different transparencies for this image, each one fading that image out a little bit more. So if you just kind of want a hint of that image peeking through, you might want to go for something that's quite transparent. Now, in general, this isn't the method that I use when I want to make an image transparent. And the reason why is because I don't really have too much control over the percentage of transparency. I only have these options just here, and I don't have as much control over the color of the image. You can see everything's just kind of fading out to a white color. So I prefer to use an alternative method that I've termed as a transparent shape overlay. Now, we haven't even discussed shapes as yet in this course. So before I show you a transparent shape overlay, let's just have a quick look at some of the basics of shapes. Now, you'll find all of your shapes on the Insert ribbon, and they're here in the Illustrations group. If we click the Shapes drop down, it opens up our Shapes gallery. And all of our shapes are divided down into different categories to make them easier to find. And you'll find that the shapes that you've recently used will be at the top of this list, again, just to aid accessibility. So this is pretty simple to add shapes. We just select the shape you want to add. For example, I'm going to click on the rectangle. Notice that as soon as I do that, my cursor changes to a crosshair and I can now start to draw my shape. Now I'm going to draw a big rectangle over the entire background image. So let's start up in the corner. I'm going to click and drag, and notice this is a real free form shape that I can draw. I'm not locked into drawing a square or a certain size rectangle. I can pretty much draw whatever I want. So let's drag this all the way over the image and let go. Now notice that the shape is blue. And also notice that I now have a new contextual ribbon called Shape Format, which contains all of my options for changing and formatting this shape. Now, the default color of shapes that you insert into your PowerPoint presentations are again very much controlled by the theme that you have in use in your presentation. So I'm using that very basic Office theme, and this is the default shape color for that Office theme. What you also might notice, and is quite hard to see, but around the outside of this shape I actually have a very thin outline border by default. Now if I want to make any modifications to this shape, so maybe I want to change the color from blue to something else, or maybe I want to remove that outside border or even make the border thicker, I can do all of that from the Shape Format ribbon. Notice here in the Shape Styles group, we have a Shape Fill drop down, which will allow me to change the color of the actual shape. I have Shape Outline, so again, I can choose a different outline color for this shape. So if I was to choose something like red, let's just do that. I could also choose the weight of that line as well. So if I wanted a really thick line, I could go for something like that. Now, I'm not going to go too much further into shapes at this stage, because we do have a whole lesson on drawing and formatting shapes. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say that I don't want any outline on this shape. And I'm also going to change the shape fill color to this dark green. And now what I can do is I can adjust the transparency of this shape as opposed to changing the image. So if I right-click my mouse and go into Format Shape from the contextual menu, this is going to open up a pane on the right-hand side, which gives me a lot more options when it comes to formatting my shapes. And there is quite a bit of crossover here. I can do things like change the shape fill and the line, but notice that I have a transparency slider here. And if I start to drag this up, it lets more of that image through, or I can drag it down to let less of the image through. So if I just want a hint of the image poking through, I really have a lot more control than using the transparency options on the Picture Format ribbon. So this is the method that I prefer to use. It also means that I can choose the color of this shape as well. So if I don't like green, I can choose something else. So I'm going to set this to 17%. And now if I was to put a light colored text over the top of this, we can still see a hint of that image. We're still getting our message across, but the text is still clear. Now, before we go on any further into creating this title slide, I just want to run over some of the basics of working with shapes in PowerPoint. So for this, I'm just very quickly going to insert a new blank slide. Now, as we've seen, we can access our shapes from the Insert ribbon in the Shapes gallery. And if I was to select the rectangle again, as we saw, I can draw this in very much of a free form fashion. But what if I wanted to draw a square? We don't have a square shape, we only have a rectangle. Now I could try and get it right by kind of dragging like this, but it might not be an exact square. We have the same problem if we want to insert a circle. If we go back to the Insert ribbon, go to Shapes, notice that we don't have a circle, we only have an oval. If I select this and try to draw a circle, again, it's going to be quite difficult for me to get this exactly right. So if we want to draw a square or a circle and effectively lock the aspect ratio as we're dragging, we need to hold down our Shift key as we drag those handles out. So let's do it again. Let's try and draw a square. This time I'm going to hold down Shift, click and drag, and I get a perfect square. If I do the same with the oval, hold down Shift, drag, and I get a circle. Notice that both of these shapes are showing in that default blue color. Now with shapes we can apply a lot of formatting to these. We've seen that we've got a shape format ribbon where we can do things like change the fill color, we can change the outline color, we can even make the outline a lot thicker, and we can even apply things like shape effects. So if you want to have a shadow effect on your shape, you can just see that just there. We can definitely do that as well. What about something like a reflection to give us a completely different effect? I can also edit any shape that I've added to a slide. For example, if I draw a square and then I change my mind and decide that I want a triangle, I don't have to delete this out and redraw the triangle. What I can do is, using the Shape Format ribbon, I can go across to the Insert Shapes group and we have an Edit Shape box just here. I can go to Change Shape. It's going to open up my Shapes gallery and then I can just choose the shape that I want to change it to. So let's change this to an isosceles triangle. And there we go. It's as simple as that. Also notice that when we are clicked on a shape, we get our resize handles around the outside. So this means that I can drag this in or drag it out to resize it. And again, if you want to resize this equally, so you want to lock the aspect ratio, you need to make sure you hold down Shift as you drag to keep that shape even. If you don't do that, it's kind of going to be all over the place. Now notice that one of these handles is showing in a different color. We have this little orange handle just here. And this allows us to basically distort this object somewhat. So if I click and drag, I can kind of drag it over to the side and effectively create different shapes. And of course, we also have this curly arrow at the top. And this is going to allow us to rotate our shapes around. And aside from all of these different ways that we can format shapes, we also have an additional right-click menu. So if we right-click, notice towards the bottom we have Format Shape. And this is going to open up a pane on the right-hand side, which gives us some of the same options that we have on the Shape Format ribbon, but we also do have some extra ones in here as well. So you can really kind of go to town on your formatting of your shapes. So don't forget about that right-click menu as well. If I want to add text within a shape, again, I can right-click and notice that we have an Edit Text option. That's going to put my cursor inside and I can then type whatever text I want to type. And I can format this text like any other text. So if I want to change this to black and maybe make it a bit bigger, I can definitely do that as well. I can even get really granular on manipulating these shapes. So if I select this triangle and jump back up to Shape Format, if we go back to the Edit Shape drop-down, notice we have an Edit Points option just here. That gives me these points at the corners of this triangle, and I can drag these and really change the way that this shape looks, and I can create lots of other weird and wonderful shapes. So if you have a specific shape that you want to create but you can't find it in the Shapes gallery, this is sometimes a good option. So now we have a basic understanding of how to draw shapes, how to format them. Let's delete out this slide and let's add some shapes onto our title slide. Now I'm not going to do anything too fancy here. I'm simply going to have two rectangles at the top and at the bottom. So let's jump up to Insert, let's go to Shapes and select the Rectangle tool. I'm going to click in the top corner and I'm just going to drag all the way across so that we kind of have this bar running across the top. Now I'm going to remove the shape outline, and I'm also going to change the color of this shape as well. And I'm just going to make this a dark green. I want it to really kind of blend in with that background, but just add a little bit of interest. Now I want the same thing at the bottom of this slide. So now that I've formatted this shape, I can simply duplicate it by pressing Ctrl D. And now I can just drag this all the way down to the bottom and make sure that it's lined up. So a very simple usage of a couple of shapes there. We are going to be using shapes a lot more in a lot of different ways throughout the balance of this course. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can add shapes into our PowerPoint presentation. And one thing you may have noticed is that once we've drawn one shape, the Shape tool disables, and if we want to draw another one, we have to go back to the Insert ribbon. Now, if you're drawing a lot of shapes, this can get to be a pain. So I want to just show you a quick trick to effectively lock the drawing mode, and you can then draw lots of shapes. So let's go back to Insert and into Shapes. And just to demonstrate what I mean, in case you didn't quite catch it, if I select the Rectangle tool and draw a rectangle, if I want to draw another rectangle, I need to go back to Insert, go back into Shape, select the shape again, and draw another one. So that's what I mean. It can be quite time consuming if you have a lot of shapes to draw on your slide. So what we can do instead, let's just delete both of those out. We can go into Insert, we can open up our Shapes library, and we can right click on the shape that we want to draw and choose Lock Drawing Mode. So that means now I can just carry on drawing shapes until my heart's content, and drawing mode won't be disabled until I press the Escape key on my keyboard. So that makes life a lot simpler. Now notice that I'm just going through and deleting these shapes. I'm simply selecting them and pressing the Delete key. If you want to select multiple shapes, simply select one of them, hold down Shift, and then select the others. Now we have a whole lesson coming up on selecting and grouping and things like that. So I'm going to show you a few other methods you can use when you have a lot of shapes a bit later on. But for now, we'll just select these three and press the Delete key on our keyboard. The other little tip I wanted to show you here was how to change your default shape. As we've seen, because of the theme that I'm using, when I draw a shape, it's this particular style. It's a blue fill, and we have a very slight darker blue outline. Now it might be that every time I draw a shape, I find myself selecting it and changing the fill color to something maybe that my company uses. Wouldn't it be so much easier if we could just simply select the default shape and use that instead of the one that comes with the theme? Well, the good news is that you can do that. So maybe every time I draw a shape, it more often than not has to be this orange color. And maybe I need to have a darker orange outline, which is 4.5 points thick. Maybe this is the shape that I always have to draw. So what I can do here is right click on this shape and I can choose to set it as my default shape. So now every time I go to draw a shape, and it doesn't matter what shape I draw, it's going to be in that format. So this is another little time-saving trick that I would definitely take the time to do. Draw a shape, format it as you like, and then that can be your default shape. It doesn't stop you from going in and changing the fill again, but it just means that if you have company branding or a certain way that your shapes must look, you don't have to keep changing the formatting each time you draw a shape. In this lesson, we're going to talk about merging shapes, because merging shapes is a really cool little utility that allows you to do a few different things. We can merge shapes together to create brand new shapes. We can break shapes up. And we can also use our merge shapes options to create some really cool text effects. So let me show you a few examples and then I'll leave you to have a play around with these. Now let's just start by inserting a new blank slide and take a look at some of the basics of merging shapes. Now, in order to merge shapes, you need to make sure that you have more than one shape on your slide. So I'm going to draw, let's go for something a bit different. I'm going to go for a block arrow, and I'm just going to draw an arrow like that and move it over here. And I'm going to draw another shape. Let's just go for a rectangle. And I'm going to draw that like so. Now, what I could do here is I could merge these two shapes together and create something completely different. Currently, both of these shapes are what we call separate objects. I can click on them, I can apply formatting, and it's only going to apply to that one shape. Now, what if I move this arrow so that it goes behind the rectangle? Currently, these are still two separate shapes, but what I could do is select both of them by holding down my Shift key, going up to the Shape Format ribbon, and then in the Insert Shapes group at the beginning here, I have a Merge Shapes drop-down. And you'll notice that we have 5 different options when it comes to merging shapes. Now, the first one here, Union, if I was to select that, it basically combines the shape together, and this is now one object. So any formatting I apply is going to apply to the entire thing, both of those merged shapes. So using this technique, we can merge different shapes together and create our own brand new shapes. Now, let's just Control Z a few times to undo that and make these two separate shapes again. This time, I'm going to select both shapes, go up to Merge Shape, and we're going to do Combine. And you can see I get a completely different effect now. If I click on this, this is still all one shape, but it's just removed the part where both of these shapes intersect. Let's Control Z a couple of times so that we get our individual shapes back. Select them both, go to Merge Shapes. The third option here is Fragment. And what this basically does is it creates a whole bunch of new shapes. So wherever they intersect, it's created a new shape. So if I move this, I have a smaller arrow. I then have the middle part as a separate shape, and then I have the rectangle with that middle part cut out. Let's Control Z a few times and take it back to how it was. Let's go back to Merge Shapes and take a look at Intersect. It's basically just showing me the shape where the other two shapes intersect, where they meet. Control Z to go back. And the final one we have in here is Subtract. So it's basically subtracting everything from the first shape and just leaving me with that modified second shape. So a few different techniques you can use there to create different shapes and create some really interesting effects. So now we've kind of got an idea as to how both of those work. Let's just delete out slide 2 and go back to our title slide. Now, how might I choose to use the Merge Shapes feature on my title slide? Well, at the top here, I have this green rectangle shape, which I've just kind of got running across the top as a bit of a header. It just adds a little bit of interest. Now, maybe I want to add a circular logo at the top here. So what I could do, if I move this down a little bit, I'm going to go to Insert. I'm going to insert a shape, and I'm going to choose the Oval tool. I'm going to hold down Shift because I want an exact circle, and let's make it, I think, about that big. I'm going to format the circle so it's exactly the same as the rectangle at the top. Now, there is a very quick technique that you can use in order to get exactly the same formatting for this circle, but we're actually going to discuss it in a later lesson. So for the time being, I'm just going to manually change the colors of this circle. So let's go up to Shape Fill, and I think it's this green that I used. Yes, that looks about right. And we're going to turn off the shape outline. What I'm now going to do is move this so that it's kind of halfway in between this bar, and I also want it to be in the middle of the slide. Now notice that I'm using the guidelines there to get that in the exact position. And again, we have an entire lesson dedicated to aligning and using grid lines and guides, so that's coming up in the next section. For the time being, I'm just going to place this just here. So now what I could do is merge the green rectangle and the green circle together so that this is kind of one object. It's a header. So let's select both of these, go to Merge Shapes, and I'm going to say Union, and now this is all one shape. So let's just move that into position because we're going to place a little logo in this circle in a moment. Now, the final fun thing that I want to show you when it comes to using that Merge Shapes tool is how you can use it to create some really cool text effects. So we're going to start out here by simply inserting a text box. So let's go for text box. Now we're just using this as an example. I'm probably not going to keep this on the title slide, so we'll just type in the word travel. And just to demonstrate this, I need to use a font that's pretty thick. So let's take a look at what we have. And I think I'm going to go for, let's go for something like that, Bauhaus 93. Now I'm going to take this font up so that it's rather large. So let's take that all the way up to 96. In fact, I'm going to make that a bit bigger. Let's go for 150. There we go. Now, what I'm aiming to do here is I want to fill this text with a background image because this is a really nice effect. So once you've typed your text, insert the image that you want to use in the background of the text. So let's go for pictures, this device, and I'm just going to use the same image that we're using for the background. So let's insert that. And you just want to make sure that the image is placed so that it completely covers the text behind. And then you want to send the picture behind the text. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, we're talking about what we call the Z order. Everything that you add onto your slide is effectively on its own layer, and you can adjust the position of those layers and bring layers forward or push layers backwards. So I want to send this back so that I can see the text on top of it. Now, if we go to the picture format ribbon in the Arrange group, notice we have Bring Forward and Send Backward options. So I want to send this backward. I don't want to send it all the way to the back behind everything, just I want to send it back one. So now we can see the word travel. Now I'm going to select both the text and the picture, and we're going to go to Shape Format, and we're going to use our Merge options. And for this one, we're going to say Intersect, and take a look at that effect. We now have that image in the background of the text. And of course, then I can make this look a little bit better by using my picture format ribbon. I can do things like maybe add a white border so that it stands out a bit more from that background. I could even add some picture effects. So maybe I want to add a shadow. Maybe I want to add, let's go for a glow. How about a green glow? I could even add a reflection and then place this so it looks like that reflection is in the water. And that just gives a really nice looking, effective title. So those are some of the ways that you can use Merge Shapes to create some really nice effects in your presentation. In this lesson, we're going to insert our company logo onto our title slide. And the whole idea behind this lesson is really just to show you how you can use that crop and fill technique, not only to fill the background of a slide, but also how you can use it to fill shapes as well. And this is a technique we're going to use a few times throughout this course. Now, the company logo that I'm going to use is just one that I've created in a free application. So if you're using your own company logo to do this, it might work better if you try and merge it into a different shape. But if you'd like to use the logo that I've created, then you're going to find that in the course files folder. So let's just take a look at the logo first of all. So this is the logo that I've created. Again, this is just created using a free app. We have the name of the company, and then we have a little subheading just here, and it's on a black background. Now notice that my logo is circular. So I want to place this in that circle shape that we added into our heading. Now the first thing I'm going to do here is actually just delete out this piece of text. As nice as it looks, we're not going to be using this on our title slide. So let's press delete. So let's go up to Insert, and I'm going to draw another circle. And I'm going to make it, let's make it a bit bigger than we need so that you can see what we're doing clearly. So now I want to fill this circle with my company logo. And I've seen a lot of weird and wonderful techniques when people are trying to fit an image inside of a shape. But really, this is pretty easy. What we need to do is right-click on the circle and go into the Format Shape menu. Now, in the Fill section just here, we can choose how we want to fill this shape. And if you recall, one of the options that we have is Picture or Texture Fill. So let's select it. Now notice that by default, it's going to fill it with the last picture that you used, which for me was just that background landscape. Now I want to change that to my company logo. So we're going to go down to Picture Source and click on Insert. I have my logo saved off to my local drive, so we're going to choose From File. And there it is. So let's insert it, and you can see it now fits exactly inside that circle. Now I want to make sure that this isn't distorted even slightly. So what I would do next is go up to Picture Format, go into Crop and use that Fill technique. And now I can adjust it and make it look exactly as I want it to look and choose the correct size. So I'm going to make it a bit bigger than it was. And I can move it around and just get that dead in the center, or as close as I can. I think it needs to go up a little bit just there, like so. Once we're happy with how we have it positioned, we can click the top half of the crop button and we have a perfectly cropped image inside a shape. The final thing to do here, I can see that I have a very slight blue outline on this shape. So let's go to Shape Format and we're going to say No Outline. So now that I have this image, I kind of want to place it up here inside this circle. So I'm just going to resize this by holding down the Shift key and dragging in the diagonal handle. And we're going to do a little bit of guesswork here. I'm going to place it up here. And actually, I think I've got that dead correct. If I wanted to have a bit of a green border, I could make that slightly smaller and then reposition that inside. Now notice here, if I zoom in so you can see this a little bit better, it's quite hard to position this using my mouse and get it exactly right. So what you can do are use your arrow keys just to nudge the image into place. It gives you a little bit more control when you're trying to get things extremely accurate. Now I think that that looks pretty good, and we have a perfectly positioned logo image on our slide. It's now time to add a title and a subtitle to our title slide. And when you're thinking about adding text to a slide, you really need to consider the font or fonts that you'd like to use. Again, if you work at a company, you might have very strict branding guidelines where you're only allowed to use certain fonts, which is absolutely fine. But if you're in a position where you can use any font, then always make sure that you're using fonts that work together. And it is best practice when you're working in PowerPoint not to use too many different types of fonts. So try and be consistent in the font that you're using. You don't really want to pick 5 or 6 different fonts because it's going to give your presentation an inconsistent look and feel. So in general, there'll be a couple of fonts that I use throughout my presentation, and I'll normally choose fonts that are part of the same font family. And of course, you've already seen my favorite fonts to use in a PowerPoint presentation. I am a big fan of the Lato family. I think Lato Black for a title and just Lato for a subtitle and body text is a really nice combination. But if you have your own favorite fonts that you like to use, then please feel free to use those when you're working through these examples. Now, because we are using a blank slide layout, it means that we don't have any placeholder boxes in order to type in our text. But that's not a problem because we can add our own text boxes. So if we jump up to the Insert tab, all the way over in the text group, we have a text box option just here. And we can draw text boxes anywhere on our slide and add text. My main title is just going to be the company name, and I'm going to have this in capital letters. So this is just going to say Secret Adventures. Now, if I was to leave it this small, it really doesn't stand out on that title slide, so I'm going to want to apply some formatting to this text. Remember, you don't necessarily have to select the text in order to format it. You can just click on the text box and apply formatting in that way. So the first thing I'm going to do here is change the font that I'm using. So let's jump up to the font drop down, and I'm going to use Lato Black. So I'm going to type it in so that I can find it a little bit easier in the list. There it is, just there. Let's select it. I'm going to change the font color to white, and I'm going to make this a lot bigger than it currently is. Now, when you're resizing font, you have a couple of different options. You have a little font size drop down just here, which goes up or down in various different increments. And you can see as I hover over the size of that particular font. Now, notice if I was to select something like 72, it goes on to 2 different lines. And that's simply because the text has reached the end of the text box and it's kind of looped around. So if I want this all on one line, I just need to really adjust the size of this text box. Now I'm going to make mine the full width, because this is also going to aid me when I want to center this. Now I think that is slightly too big for a title, so let's take that down a bit. I think I'm going to go with, what should we do here? I think we'll start with 60 and see how that looks. Now my text currently is aligned to the left-hand side of the text box. And if we take a look up in the paragraph group, you can see that we have our alignment tools just here. Align left, keyboard shortcut, Control L. We have align center, keyboard shortcut, Control E. And also align right, keyboard shortcut, Control R. There's also a justified option in here, which we'll talk about a bit more when we're adding paragraphs of text to our slide. Now, I want this title to be centered in the text box. And this is why I like to drag the text box so that it's the full width of the slide. If you have a text box that's slightly smaller, so maybe it's like that, and you're trying to center this on the slide, if you choose the text box and then click on center, it's really only going to center the text within that text box. It doesn't really take into account the position of the text box on the slide. However, if you make the text box the full width and then align it to the center, you know that that title is going to be centered vertically, if not horizontally. Now, I don't actually want to center this horizontally as yet because I'm going to add a subtitle. Now, my subtitle is going to be in smaller font, and I'm going to use Lato font as opposed to Lato Black that we've used with the title. Now, what I could do is I could go up to Insert and add another text box. But what I find myself doing most of the time is simply duplicating the text box that I already have. So I'm going to click on it, Control D to make a copy, and then I'm going to drag that underneath. Now I can simply go in and edit the text and make any formatting changes. So let's change the format first of all, because I want this text to be quite a bit smaller. So we're going to change the font. Let's do that first of all, because I want this just to be Lato as opposed to Lato Black. So let's choose that. Let's make it a bit smaller. I think we're going to go with, let's go with 18 points. And now I can type in my subtitle. Tailor-made trips for adventurous souls. And I think this slide is starting to look really effective. Now notice that currently the title and the subtitle are not aligned vertically on this page. Now there's a lot to aligning objects on slides, and we have an entire lesson dedicated to this in the next section. So I don't want to give too much away in this lesson, so for the time being, just to make this look a little bit better, I'm simply going to select both text boxes by holding down Shift, and I'm just going to move them down a bit using my arrow keys. So let's put that, I think about there will do for now. Now, the final little technique I'm going to show you here in relation to how you can work with text is really just something to add a little bit of style to this slide. It's all of these small things that take your presentation from looking like a standard run-of-the-mill PowerPoint deck to a really modern presentation for 2022. So let me show you another little thing which I think can look really nice in your slides. What I'm going to do is insert another text box. So let's just insert one just here. I'm not too worried about the position at the moment. And I'm going to type the word explore. I'm now going to apply some formatting to this text. And for this effect, I want to use a really nice cursive font. And there's one in here. This one just here, it's called Künstler Script. I'm going to use this. And I'm going to take this font all the way up. I want to make this pretty huge. In fact, I want to make it even bigger than that. Let's go for 200. I think I want it even bigger than that. Let's try 400, see what we get there. Now this might possibly be a bit too large, but let's widen out the text box and see. Actually, that's not too bad. It's kind of giving me the effect that I want. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to kind of position this somewhere in the middle of the slide. And if we zoom out a little bit so that we can see, I think that looks pretty good. Let's change the font color to white, and then we're going to take the transparency of this word down. So if we right click and go to Format Shape, in the pane on the right hand side, if we go to Text Options, notice that underneath the Text Fill group we have a transparency slider. And I can take the transparency of this all the way down so that we kind of just have this effect very faint in the background. Can you see that that just adds a little bit of interest and personality to this slide? Let's run the slideshow so we can take a look at it in its full glory. So this might be something that you could use as almost like a running theme throughout all of your slides. You can choose a word and have it just very faintly in the background. I think techniques like this look really effective and really elevate your slides. And the best thing about them is that they're so simple to do, simply using text boxes and a bit of transparency. So we're just about finished designing our really nice looking title slide. The only final little tweak that I might want to do here is I might want to review the colors that I'm using for the title and the subtitle. And I mentioned a few lessons ago that I was going to show you a quick technique that really helps you be more consistent with the colors that you're using in your presentation. Again, much like when you're choosing fonts, you want to make sure that you choose a consistent color palette in your presentations. And once again, you might work at a company where there are branding guidelines which really lay out specific colors that you need to use in your presentations. And once again, that is absolutely fine, but let me show you how you can be more consistent. When you're building a PowerPoint presentation, if you want it to look cohesive and flow together nicely, you want to limit the color palette that you're using. Now, based on my title slide, I'm kind of going for this greeny colored theme, sort of a bit of green, a bit of white. I could maybe choose some colors out of the logo, so maybe blacks and yellows, but I want to kind of stick with the color palette that I'm using on this title slide. Now, for most of these shapes and objects, I've just used colors from my theme palette. But it might be that you've chosen very specific colors using the hexadecimal value or by going into that more color palette. So a really quick and easy way to apply colors that are already in use in your presentation is to use something called the Eyedropper utility. And this is a little tool that came out a while ago in PowerPoint that people still overlook or don't really know what it does. And this is such a lifesaver. I find myself using this all the time. So let me show you how it works, because it is very, very simple, but extremely useful. Now, looking at my title just here where we have Secret Adventures, maybe I think to myself, you know what, that white is a little bit harsh. I want to change the color and maybe change it to a lighter green, or maybe I want to even pick up the yellow in this logo and use that. Now, instead of just trying to guess or match with my eye the colors that are in use, I can use the eyedropper. So the first thing I'm going to do here is select the title. And herein lies our first problem. Because we added this faded out explore, when I try and select the title, I'm actually just selecting the text box for the word explore. It's kind of sitting on top of that title. Now, can you remember what we did previously in order to change the layer order or the Z order of our objects? Well, what we can do is select the word explore, go up to shape format, and we can choose to send it backward. So now I should find that I can select the text box because those are now on top. So let's select our text in here. Let's go to the Home tab. Let's go to our font color drop down. Notice at the bottom we have the Eyedropper utility. And if we hover over, we can see that screen tip. It says select a text fill color by clicking on the screen. So if we select the Eyedropper utility, our cursor changes to this little pipette. I think that's what we used to call them when we were at school. And as I hover over, can you see in the square, it's showing me what color I'm currently hovered over. So this enables me to pick out specific colors from the background image or from anything on this slide and quickly apply them to the selected object. And this works not only just on text, but also if you want to fill other things like shapes. So I'm going to do my best here to pick up this yellow color from the logo. So I'm going to hover over until I kind of get this yellow color. Sometimes it can be a bit hit and miss. There we go, we'll go with that. And if I click, my title has now changed to that color. Now, I don't think that's particularly nice. Let's do it again. Let's highlight. Let's select our eyedropper, and then we can choose something else from this image. Now, I probably am just going to end up going with white, but just to demonstrate this, let's choose, let's go for a lighter green. We've got a light green somewhere in here. Let's go for something like that. Now, this is going to blend in with the background quite a bit, but hopefully you're getting the idea as to the capabilities of this little pipette. If I wanted to change it to black, let's go for something like that. And there we go. So this is just a really quick way to pick up colors that are already in use, and it really helps give your presentations a much more consistent feel. Now I'm going to change this back to white because I think that is definitely the best color, but hopefully you can see how that little eyedropper utility works and can be useful to you. In this exercise, we move into the slide workshop section of the course. And this is where we're going to actually create a presentation so that we can practice all of the skills that we've learned in this course. And the presentation that we're going to create is for a company called Jupiter Space. And they basically provide workspace and hot desks in various different locations around the world. So the first thing I'd like you to do is create a new blank presentation. Now, by default, you'll have one slide in your new presentation, which has the title slide layout. So I'd like you to change the layout of that slide to blank. I'd then like you to recreate the title slide that you can see on the right-hand side using the images in the exercise folder. So just to point out some key points here, we have an image in the background. We know how we can resize that correctly. We have a transparent shape overlay over the top, and then we have some text on top of that. Notice the font that I've used is Roberto Slab and Roberto Slab Black, and you can also see the font size there so you can get it exactly correct. I don't necessarily mind if this blue is a slightly different color to the one that I've used, but try and get it as close as possible. And then in the corner we have our logo, which you'll also find in the course files folder. Once you've recreated this slide, then save the presentation as jupiter_space.pptx. That's all I need you to do. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was create a new blank presentation, Control N or File and New. And then I asked you to change the layout of this page from a title slide to a blank slide. So for this, we need to jump up to layout and we're going to switch this to blank layout. I then asked you to recreate that Jupiter Space title slide. So we're going to start here by inserting the background image. So we have this saved off to the exercise files folder. So let's go to this device and it's this one just here. Let's click on Insert. So now we need to resize this image so it takes up the full width of the slide. So we're going to use crop and fill. So let's go to crop, let's select fill, and then we can drag these handles all the way out. Let's go to crop and fill again, and now we can crop that picture. The next thing to do here is to add our transparent shape overlay, which pretty much takes up 3/4 of this background image. So we're going to go to Insert, we're going to use our rectangle tool, and let's drag a big old rectangle and let's make it about 3/4 of this page. Of course, we can always adjust this again later on. Now we don't want this to be blue, we want to fill it with a dark colour. And again, I'm not really too fussed as to which black or which dark grey you choose, just something that's quite dark. I'm going to go for this one. And I don't want an outline just here. What we do want to do is we want to format this so that we can adjust the transparency and let a little bit more of that image in the background through. Now, I think I'm actually going to make this a bit darker. Let's go for black as opposed to grey. And I'm quite happy with that transparency. The next thing I'm going to do is add the logo in the bottom right hand corner. Again, we have this saved off to the exercise files folder. So this is a simple case of just picking that up. So let's grab it and click on Insert. And there it is, a nice bright blue. Let's drag it down to the corner. Now we need to add our text. So let's add our first text box. I'm just going to draw that up here. And this is just going to say in capital letters, presented by, and then I'm going to have my name. Let's change this text to white, and we need to change the font here. So we want to use Roboto Slab, and we're going to keep this on size 18. So let's just position that in the top corner. And now we can add our title. Now I'm going to just duplicate this text box and then I'm going to modify it. So this is going to be our main title. We want this in caps, so Jupiter space. We need to change the font because what we want here is we still want Roboto Slab, but we want the slightly more bold version. So Roboto Slab Black. And we're going to take this up to 66. Let's drag that out like that. And what I've also done is I've added an accent color just to one of these words. So we're going to change the font color. Let's go to more colors because I want a really nice bright blue. And I think this is the one that I use. So let's click on OK. So we're looking pretty good. Just a couple more things to add before this title slide is done. I want to add a line running underneath my title. So let's go to Insert, let's go to Shapes, grab the Line tool, and I'm going to hold down Shift as I drag, which ensures that I get a straight line. And you can reposition this to wherever you want it to be. So I'm going to put mine just there. And I'm also going to change the shape outline to that bright blue color. And the final thing to add here is just our subheading. So again, I'm going to duplicate this text at the top because this is pretty much the same size that I want. So I'm going to add our little subheading just here. And of course, you can move these into position if you need to. And there we go. There is our finished title slide. The final thing I asked you to do here was simply save this presentation to a folder of your choice and call it Jupiter_space. So once again, we just go up to File, down to Save As. We need to choose our folder and we just want to call it Jupiter_space. And then click on Save. In this section of the course, we're going to turn our attention towards selecting objects, aligning and grouping, because these are 3 fundamental skills that you need to use in PowerPoint in order to make sure that your presentations look professional. Because in my experience, nothing looks more unprofessional than a slide deck where objects are not completely aligned on the page. Even if an object is very slightly off, it really brings down the whole presentation. So we want to make sure that we are confident when it comes to making selections, moving objects around, aligning them and grouping them. So we're going to start out in this lesson by taking a look at some of the fundamentals when it comes to selecting objects. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, I mean exactly what I say, selecting different things on our page. So currently I have the title selected. If I click underneath, I have the subtitle selected. If I click at the top, I have the explore text selected, so on and so forth. Now, when it comes to selecting objects, there are a few fundamental rules that you should know. So let's insert a new blank slide and have a little practice. Now, the first thing that I'm going to do here is I'm just going to add some shapes onto this page, and we'll use some circles as our example. So let's add one, and I'm just going to duplicate this a few times by pressing Ctrl D. And let's just grab these and place them randomly on this slide. Now, how do I select these objects? Well, I can simply click on the first one. I could hold down my Shift key, click on the second one, the third one, and the fourth one in order to select them all. Once I have them all selected, I can then make global changes to all of them at the same time. So if I want to change them to a different color, I can. And if I want to change the shape outline to something different, I can. And then when I click on the background, I deselect all of those objects. Now, another way that I can select objects is to simply select the first one, and I can hold down my Control key as opposed to Shift in order to make my selections nice and easy. A third way I can select objects is to basically just draw a big rectangle around everything that I want to select. So if I just click and drag and then let go, it's going to select all of those objects. Click away to deselect. Now, that final technique I just showed you is particularly useful if you have a lot of objects on your page that overlap. So sometimes if we have sort of objects which are on top of each other like this, and we want to maybe select the third one, sometimes it's not quite so easy to do that if they're all crowded together. So that is where this technique comes in really handy, because it allows us just to quickly select everything contained within that rectangle. So just bear that in mind when you're selecting your objects. Now, there is a fourth way that we can select objects on our page, and that is by using the selection pane. And the selection pane has many different uses. Now, in order to pull up the selection pane, you need to make sure you have at least one object selected on your slide, because that's then going to give us access to the shape format contextual ribbon, which is where you're going to find the selection pane. So over in the Arrange group, let's click Selection Pane, and notice that we have over on the right hand side this new pane open up. And what this pane will do is it will list out all of the objects that you have within your slide. And you can see here we've got Oval 1, Oval 2, Oval 3 and Oval 4. So by default, PowerPoint will give your objects generic names. But this is another way that we can select different things in our slides. And I have to say that this selection pane becomes very useful when we have lots of objects on our slide. I can simply click on Oval 3 and it's going to select it. Click on Oval 4, it's going to select it, so on and so forth. And if I want to select all of my objects, I can hold down Control and just select them all in that selection pane. Another way that this can be really useful is, again, if we have objects that are all overlapping, like this, maybe I decide that I want to change the color of the third circle back here, and I can only see a very small slither of that third circle. So making that selection is quite difficult. Now, what I could do here is use my selection pane to select it, or alternatively, I could hide all of the circles that are on top of the one that I want to format. Notice in the selection pane, you have this little eye icon next to each of the objects. And currently, all of the eyes are open, which means I'm showing everything. But if I say click on circle 1, let's click on the eye, that's going to hide it. And notice that it's now disappeared from the slide. It hasn't been deleted, it's just temporarily hidden. We can click again to bring it back. So what I could do here is maybe hide all of the circles that I don't need, which just exposes this circle, and that makes it a lot easier for me to go in and change the color of that circle. Once I'm done, I can unhide everything, and I haven't had to move objects around in order to apply formatting to something that's either partially or almost completely covered by other objects. So the selection pane can be super useful. I'm going to show you some other techniques using this selection pane when we talk about aligning and managing objects on our slide. In the last lesson, we saw how we can use various different techniques to select objects on a slide. And the last technique that we looked at was using the selection pane. So I kind of want to carry on that vein and show you how you can also use the selection pane to arrange and manage all of the different objects that you have on your slide. Now, as we saw previously in the selection pane, currently I have 4 circles or 4 ovals in this case, and they've just got the generic names of oval 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, this isn't particularly meaningful. And if you have many objects on your slide and they all have generic names, it can be quite difficult to know exactly what you need to select. If I have 10 text boxes, and in the selection pane they're just called text box 1, text box 2, text box 3, I don't really know which text box I need to select from the list. So one of the things I would recommend that you get into the habit of doing is that you come into this selection pane and you rename all of the objects to make them easier to identify. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm just going to make these objects a little bit different. Let's just spread them out a bit more again. And I'm just going to change the color of all of these. So let's go for, I'm just going to use a shape style for this. Let's change this one to green, this one to blue, this one to yellow, and this one to grey. So now what I would probably do in the selection pane is give these meaningful names. So the first one here, oval 1, you can see it's selected. If you simply click, it's going to allow you to rename that object. So I'm going to change this to green circle, and you can hit enter to set that. And I would do exactly the same for all of these. So let's click. Let's change this to blue circle and hit enter. And I'm going to do the same for the other 2. So now this makes it a lot easier for me to identify exactly which object I'm selecting. Now, we saw in the previous lesson how we can click this little show hide eyeball icon in order to hide or display different objects on the slide. And as I mentioned, this can be particularly useful if you have lots of overlapping objects and you're trying to get to one that's kind of further down the stack in order to edit it. But something else we can use this selection pane for is to rearrange the order of objects as well. And again, I'm going to overlap these objects just to make this super easy for you to see. So let's just put these circles on top of each other. Now, the order that these circles have overlapped is called the Z order. And the way to kind of think about this is whenever you add an object into PowerPoint, it essentially appears on its own layer. And these layers are all on top of each other. And you can change the stacking order or the layer order simply by moving items around in the selection pane. We can also do this by using the send backward or send to back options on the toolbar. So let's look at that first of all. If I select this grey circle, which currently is at the front, and you can see that in the selection pane, it's at the top of the list, which means it's the first object that's at the front. If I wanted to send this all the way to the back, so effectively behind all of the other circles, there's a couple of different techniques I could use. Let's jump up to Shape Format, and again we have our Bring Forward and Send Backward buttons. Now if I click the drop down next to Send Backward, I have 2 choices. I can send backward or I can send to the back. Now if I was to send it backward, it's just going to move back 1 position. So it's just moved behind the next circle, which in this case was the yellow circle. If I want to send this grey circle all the way to the back, that is when I would choose Send to Back. And now you can see in the selection pane, the grey circle is at the bottom of the list because it's the object that's furthest towards the back. So we can manipulate the Z order of objects in this way. If I want to bring that back to the front, again, I can use to bring it forward one position, or I can just bring it all the way back to the front, which will move it to the top of the list in the selection pane. Now, similarly, instead of using bring forward and send backward, I can rearrange the order using the selection pane. So I could simply grab grey circle and drag it down to the bottom of the list to change that Z order. I could then grab the green circle and pull that to the top, which is going to put it in front. I could grab the yellow circle and place that behind the blue circle. So this is a really nice way of just quickly organizing all of the objects on your slide. You also have some up and down arrows just here in the selection pane, which will just allow you to do exactly the same thing, but with clickable arrows instead. So your takeaways from this lesson are to name all of the objects that you have on your slide and be mindful of the different techniques you can use in order to change that Z order. Now, if we go back to our title slide for a moment and take a look at the selection pane here, we haven't renamed anything, and this is what I mean. This is why it can get quite confusing if you don't rename your objects. You can see we have text box 28. Like, what does that relate to? It could be anything. I've got a few different text boxes on this slide. When I click on it, I can see that, okay, that is the subtitle. If I click on 27, that's the title. So I'm probably going to want to go through and rename all of these items. So I'm going to do that now, and I'll join you back here once I've done that. So now I've renamed all of those items with meaningful text, so it makes it a lot easier for me to see exactly what I'm selecting. Now, if you remember in one of the previous lessons when we were trying to change the title text, the Explore text box was in front of this title text, which made it really difficult for me to select this text. And all we did to combat that was to select the Explore text box, and we sent it backward so that it was behind the title and the subtitle. So this is where you can use that same technique in the selection pane. If I want to bring the Explore text box to the front again, I could simply drag and drop it. So now when I click somewhere in here, it's going to be that Explore text box that I select. If I want to make changes to this title text, I can grab the Explore text box and just drag it so it's underneath subtitle and title. And that makes it a lot easier for me to select these objects. Now, another thing I could do if I did have this Explore text box as the first object at the front, and I wanted to get to what was underneath in order to be able to edit it, I could simply turn off my eyeball icon. So if I click to hide, it's going to hide it, and I can now get to that text behind, make my changes, and then show that text again. So lots of different ways that this selection pane is extremely useful. It's now time to talk about a really important part of PowerPoint, and that is how to align objects on your page. And this is something that sounds very simple and very fundamental, but you wouldn't believe how many people don't really know how to do this correctly, and their presentations suffer for it. As I've mentioned, anything that's just even slightly not aligned correctly can really ruin what is otherwise a great presentation. And there are lots of different techniques that you can use for aligning things on your page, so let's take a look at a few of them. Now for this, we're going to go back onto slide 2 where we have our circles. And I'm just going to drag these and place them randomly on the slide. So we'll do something like that. Now, maybe my objective here is to align all of these circles dead in the center of this slide. And I also want to make sure that we have equal space in between each of these circles. So how can we do this? Well, everything in PowerPoint always starts with a selection. And we've seen the different ways that we can select multiple objects on our slide. So which one you use, I don't mind. I'm going to use my favorite technique, which is simply to draw a big box around all of them to select them. Now you have a lot of different alignment tools in PowerPoint, and you'll find them in a couple of different places. You'll find alignment tools on the home ribbon underneath this arrange group just here. If you go down to the bottom, notice you have an align option, and this is where you'll find your alignment tools. Alternatively, you can find them on the Shape Format ribbon. In the Arrange group, we have an Align drop-down just here, and we have those same tools. So you can see here we have Align Left, Align Center, Align Right, Top, Middle, Bottom, and then we have some Distribute options as well. And we're going to use a few of these to achieve the effect that we're looking for with these circles. Now, the first thing I want to do here is I want to align them horizontally on this slide. So looking at the options that I have, I think I need to go for this one here, aligning objects to the middle. So let's select it, and that's exactly what I want. Now, I'm not done here because notice the problem that I have. I have inconsistent white space in between each of these objects. And this is where your distribute options come in. What I'm going to do is go back up to Align, and I want to say distribute horizontally. And that will just ensure that we have equal space in between each of the selected objects. So my objects are now distributed equally, and they're aligned to the middle. But they're still not dead in the center of the slide. I need to do some vertical alignment as well. Now, if I go back up to Align, I want to choose this option here, Align to the center. Now, if I do that, take a look at what happens. It treats them all as individual objects and just aligns all of them to the center. So now they're kind of overlapping, which isn't really what I want. So let's do Control Z. Now, in order to do this and align them as a group, we need to group the objects together. And you'll notice that on that Shape Format ribbon, we also have a group option as well. So you can choose to use this command just here. The way that I tend to do this is the quicker way, using the keyboard shortcut. So to group objects together, you can press Control G. So now these are no longer individual circles, they're grouped together as one object. So now when I go to Shape Format and go to Align and Align Center, it's going to align it as a group, as one object, as opposed to individual shapes. So now these are dead in the center of the slide. And if I just want to double check, I can go back to Align and Align Middle just to move those down as a group. Once I've got these in the correct position, I can ungroup them again so I can work on those objects individually. And once again, you could use the group and ungroup command from the ribbon, or alternatively, you can use the keyboard shortcut of Control-Shift-G to ungroup. Now, other things that I would encourage you to turn on when you're working in PowerPoint to help you when it comes to aligning are things like smart guides, grid lines, and guides. So to turn these on, if you right-click your mouse anywhere on the background of your slide, you'll notice that you have a few options in here. Now, one thing I would check is that you have your ruler turned on so that you can see both your horizontal and your vertical ruler. Now, if you hover your mouse over grids and guides, we have a little pop-out menu to the side. And again, I would always recommend that you turn on your smart guides. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, well, what are smart guides and how can they be useful? Well, let me show you an example. We have our circles in the background all nicely aligned. I'm going to ruin that now by moving one of them. But notice as I move, can you see I get these guidelines come up? And these are there to really help me align objects on the page. So currently you can see where I have this green circle, it's showing me the distance between the circle and the center of the slide, and it's also showing me the distance between the other objects on the page. So if I start to move this around, you can see that when I move it towards the center, I get that center line. So that tells me that this green circle is dead in the center vertically. If I start to move it down, I should eventually get to a point where I see the horizontal guide, like so, and that's showing me that this circle is now dead in the center of that slide. So these smart guides will come up in relation to the actual slide, but also in relation to other objects that you have on the page. For example, if I want to try and line this green circle up with the blue circle, as soon as I've got that correct, I'm seeing those two lines come up. These are your smart guides in action, and they can be so useful when you're trying to align lots of different things on your page. So make sure that you do have those turned on in that right-click menu. You can also right-click and turn on Simple Guides. So if I turn these on, it's basically going to show me a horizontal and a vertical guide, which again can be really useful if you're trying to maybe add images to exactly half of the slide or line up things like text. And we're going to be using these horizontal guides quite a lot throughout the balance of this course. Let's right-click and let's just turn off those guides. Also in this right-click menu, we have grid lines as well. So if you want to turn these on, it's going to just show you this grid structure. And again, this can be quite useful when you're aligning particularly smaller objects on your slide, if you want to get it exactly correct. So if I drag this green circle up, I could use my arrow keys just to nudge it along and exactly line it up with the grid that we have just here. Now I'm going to move that down a bit. And I kind of have that aligned. I could grab the blue circle and I could say that I kind of want one square of the grid in between each of my objects, which in itself is going to align these quite nicely. So lots of different options available when it comes to aligning objects. Now, one final thing to mention here, if I grab a couple of these circles and I'm just going to put this blue circle so it's slightly off center. Now, if I want to align both of these together, the order that you select these objects really matters. So if I select the green circle, hold down Shift and select the blue circle, jump up to Arrange and go into Align, if I choose Align Left, because the green circle was selected first, PowerPoint is going to take that as the object that you want to align the other objects to. So if I choose Align Left, it's going to move the blue circle to the left and put it in line with the green circle. It's not going to move the green circle and align it with the blue. So if I say Align Left, that blue circle is going to move. So just be aware of that. If I drag the yellow circle just here, so what I could do here is select the green circle and then the yellow circle, go to my alignment tools and choose Align Top. So just be aware that the order that you select is really important. Now, the final thing I want to mention here is the accessibility of these alignment tools. You're going to find that these are tools that you use on every single slide that you create because you always want to make sure your objects are aligned. So my recommendation is to add all of your alignment tools to your quick access toolbar. And I actually did this when we were looking at customizing the QAT earlier on in this course. I always like to have my alignment tools available just here so I don't have to hunt through the ribbons looking for them. So that is one last little efficiency tip when it comes to aligning things on your slide. In this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills we've learned in relation to selecting, aligning, and grouping objects. So the first thing I'd like you to do is insert a brand new blank slide into the Jupyter Space presentation. I'd then like you to insert 4 rounded rectangle shapes and place them randomly on the slide. And I'd like you to make sure that each shape is filled with a different colour. I'd then like you to align the shapes so that they are in the centre of the slide and ensure that there is an equal distance between each of the shapes. I'd then like you to open up the selection pane and rename all of the objects to something more meaningful to make them easier to identify. And I'll leave it up to you to decide what you want to call these shapes. That is it, pretty straightforward. See how you get on with that, and if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to insert a new blank slide. So let's go to new slide, let's add a blank, and now we need to add 4 rounded rectangle shapes. So this is the tool we need, rectangle rounded corners. And I don't really mind if these are more oblong style shapes or if you hold down Shift and make them square rounded rectangles, as long as we have 4 of them on the page. So what I'm going to do here is just duplicate this shape 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. And we're going to spread these randomly around the page. I then asked you to fill each one with a different color. So let's just use our shape styles here. We'll make this one orange, this one yellow, and this one green. Next, I asked you to align all of these shapes in the center of the slide and make sure there's equal distance between each of the shapes. So we're going to select all of our shapes. Now remember, there are a few different ways you can do this. You can hold down Shift to select them all, or you can drag a big box around all of the shapes. We're then going to go up to the Arrange drop down and into Align, and we're going to say Align to Middle. Back to Arrange because we want to make sure that we distribute them horizontally. Now we're going to group the shapes, Control G, back up to Arrange and Align, and we're going to say Align Center and also Align Middle again. And that's going to put our shapes directly in the middle of the slide. Control Shift G to ungroup them. The next thing I asked you to do was to open up the selection pane. So I'm going to go to Arrange and Selection pane and rename all of the objects to make them more meaningful. So this one here, I'm just going to call Blue Rectangle. This one is going to be Orange Rectangle. And just to make this a bit quicker, I'm actually going to copy this, Control C, go to the next one, and then we can Control V to paste that in and simply change the color. So let's go for yellow. And then the final one here, we're going to do the same thing. Control V, and then we can change that to green rectangle. And that is it. That is all I needed you to do. Hope you got an okay with that. I will see you in the next exercise. It's time now to build the second slide in our presentation. And the slide that we're going to build is a Meet the Team slide. Now, a couple of things I need to consider before building this slide. I need to decide if I want to have the background exactly the same on each slide or if I want to switch that up. And I also need to think about the format of this Meet the Team slide. Do I want to show everybody who works at the company, or do I just want to show the high-level managers? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to add 3 people, the 3 managers, to our Meet the Team slide. And in this first lesson, I want to show you some of the techniques that I use for duplicating and reformatting existing slides in the presentation. Now, you might be thinking, what does she mean by that? Well, slide 1 pretty much contains a lot of the features that I want to use in my Meet the Team slide, but I do want to make some minor changes. For example, I don't want it to say Explore on my Meet the Team slide. I want it to say Team instead. I also want to switch out this background image, so I no longer want this landscape image. I want something that represents the team a bit better. And of course, also I need to switch out the text. Now, I could start from a blank slide again, but in general, I don't tend to do that. What I do is I duplicate the slide and then I just switch out the elements that I don't want for the elements that I do want on the new slide. So let's take a look at how we do this. Now I'm going to zoom in a little bit and we're going to just simply delete slide 2 because we don't need that. And the first thing I'm going to do is duplicate slide 1. So let's select it in the slides pane and Control D to duplicate. Now the first thing that I want to change here is the background image that's in use. And I've already saved off an image from Pexels, which you can find in the course files folder if you want to follow along with me. Now this landscape image is right at the back. So in order to get to it, it's going to prove quite difficult because I have lots of other objects stacked on top. So again, this is where our selection pane can be really helpful. So let's jump up to Shape Format and turn on our selection pane. And what I'm basically going to do here is hide everything that's currently on top of this background image. So I pretty much want to hide most things on this slide except that image in the background. So now I can get to it. I can select that image. Now what I want to do here is simply switch out this image for an alternate one. So what we can do is click on the image, go up to Picture Format, and in the Adjust group, notice that we have a Change Picture option. And we can choose to select an image from a file, from stock images, online, or from the icons library. Now I've already saved off an image from the Pexels website, so I'm going to choose From File. And there is the image that I want to use, Team Background. Let's click on Insert. So very quickly, I've just managed to switch out that current picture. I haven't had to insert a new one and delete the old one. Now this image currently doesn't look exactly as I want it to look because it's slightly off center and we have quite a lot of space over on one side. So we're going to use our crop and fill technique again. Up to Picture Format, into Crop, and we're going to choose Fill. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this image a bit larger by dragging these resize handles in the corner. So we can pull this all the way out and then just move it around until we get it exactly in the position that we want. And I think I want this to be about there. Once we're happy, we can click the top half of the crop button to set that image. So really nice and simple. Let's see what this looks like with the green transparent overlay over the top. We're going to go to our selection pane and unhide transparent shape overlay. And you can see the effect that I'm getting there. Now it might be at this stage that I think actually I want to change the color. I don't want to have this green color throughout the presentation. So once again, we can right click, go into Format Shape, and we can choose a different color. So let's take a look at some of these. That's not too bad. What about if we go for a lighter one? What does that look like? That's not too bad either. I might want to take that transparency down or up. I'm not too keen on the white, so let's go for a darker color. And I think we'll go with that. Let's close down our Format Shape pane. Let's bring back our footer and our company logo and our merged heading shape and see what that looks like. Well, it doesn't look too bad, but I don't think there's enough contrast between the header and footer and the actual background. So let's just make another minor adjustment. Let's go into Format Shape, and we're going to choose a slightly darker black. Now, I think that looks a little bit better. Let's check what this looks like and unhide all of the other objects. And I think that looks pretty good. Now, the other thing that I want to do here is I want to switch out the text where it says Explore for the word Team. So once again, I'm going to hide the subtitle and the title so that I can work on this Explore text. And this is just a simple case of selecting the text and replacing the word with Team. Now, it might be that you need to adjust this a little bit, so I'm going to take this in because it is a slightly shorter word, and we're going to move it over and try and get that in the center. And this is where your alignment guides can come in quite handy. So you can see I've got that red alignment guide to tell me that that's in the center, and I can start to move it up and down until I see the other alignment guide, and I know that that's exactly in the center of the slide. Now let's unhide the subtitle and the title text, because what I actually want here is I want a heading that says Meet the Team, but I don't need a subheading. So for this, I'm going to select Subtitle text box and simply press the Delete key. And for this text box, we're going to change the alignment to left align, and we're going to change the title just to say Meet the Team. Now, this is a little bit too large, so let's take that font size down. I'm going to use my decrease font size button just here. Remember, there is a shortcut key for that of Control Shift left arrow. So let's take it down a few points, and then we can drag that into place. Now, because this is on the left, I can resize the text box to make that a bit easier to do. And I'm going to place that, let's just put that somewhere around there. So with just a few different techniques, you can see there how it's really simple to duplicate a slide and then reformat that slide by switching out the picture, changing the text, and using the selection pane to manage all of your objects. So now we have the background of this Meet the Team slide done, it's time to add our 3 team members. And this is where we get a chance to practice filling shapes again, but you're going to see a couple more editing techniques. Now I'm going to leave my selection pane open on the right hand side because we're going to be adding new objects to this slide, so I'm going to want to rename them. And this is something in general that I tend to do. I always have that selection pane open and I rename my objects as I go so that I'm not faced with 40 or 50 objects to rename at the end of the presentation. Now the 3 images that I'm going to use for staff members are again downloaded from the Pexels website. You can choose your own images if you want to, or alternatively you'll find these images in the course files folder for this section. Now I want each image to be contained within a circle. So the first thing we need to do here is insert 3 circles. So let's go to Shapes, let's choose our oval. We want to hold down Shift and then draw a circle. And I'm going to make these reasonably large. Let's make them about that size. Now I want 2 more of these, so let's duplicate the object, Control D, Control D. And now I want to align these on the slide. So let's select them all, hold down Shift and select all of our objects. Up to the Shape Format tab, and we're going to use our alignment tools again. As I said, you'll be using these all the time. Now the first thing I'm going to do here is say Align Middle, and there was a very slight movement there. Let's also make sure that we distribute them horizontally so that we have equal spacing in between our objects. I'm now going to group them all together, Control G, and then go back to Align and align them to the center as a group. So now I need to ungroup these objects because I want to work on them individually. Control Shift G to ungroup. Now notice, because I've added these 3 circles, I now have 3 new objects in the selection pane: Oval 2, Oval 10 and Oval 11. And once we've filled these with images, I'm going to rename them to the team member's name to make them easy to identify. So let's fill our first shape. We're going to click on it, right click and go into Format Shape. We're going to fill this shape with a picture. Remember, it will always insert the last image that you used. We're going to switch this out for a picture that we have saved in our course files folder. So let's click on Insert, From a File, and these are the images I'm going to use. Because this is a fun, cool travel company, we've got images that aren't necessarily business images, but they do convey the kind of vibe that we're going for here. So let's add Noah first of all. Now notice what I mean. When you insert a picture, it's kind of cutting off his head. It's also slightly distorted. He's sort of stretched out a little bit. So once again, we're going to use our crop and fill technique. So up to the picture format ribbon, into crop, and we're going to choose fill. Now I want to move him down a little bit, but I also want to make him a little bit bigger so he's a bit closer to the camera. So let's just drag that out to resize and then reposition. And I will say, when you're doing things like this, you do want to make sure that all of your images are pretty consistent with regards to how far away they are from the camera effectively. You don't want somebody who's super tiny and really far away, and then other people who are fairly close. So we're going to make all of these roughly the same size. Now notice that when I'm dragging this, you might see that the circle looks a little bit pixelated around the outline. And that's simply because I'm zoomed out to 70% at the moment. If I zoom back into 100%, then that's going to be a smooth line. Now once you've positioned him, we just want to click the top half of the crop button. And I can see that I have a very slight outline around the outside. Now, if we go up to Shape Format and into Shape Outline, I could choose to turn off that outline, or maybe I want to add a white border. And yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Let's just add a nice white border. So now we have a perfectly cropped image. Let's do the same for the other 2 team members. Let's click on the circle, into Picture or Texture Fill, Insert, From a File, and this time we're going to insert Lucy Saunders. So this image does need a little bit of work. It's distorted and we can't really see her. So up to picture format, into crop, down to fill. That's a little bit better, but we want to make her bigger so she's the same distance away from the camera as Noah. So let's drag our resize handles out and make her a lot bigger. So I think she needs to go a little bit bigger here. Let's drag it over, and I think even slightly bigger. There we go, that's much better. Let's click the crop button. Let's now just add the final team member. We're going to go back to picture or texture fill, insert, from a file, and the last person here is Elijah. Now notice with this image, there are 2 people in this picture, but only Elijah works for this company. So we're going to need to make sure that we crop out his friend here. So let's click on insert, and I'm going to close down the format picture pane. We're going to go to the picture format tab, crop and fill, and we're going to move him over so that we can't see this girl, and we need to make him a little bit bigger as well. So there we go, that's kind of what I'm looking for, and click on crop. So now that I have my 3 team members, I'm going to rename the objects in the selection pane. So where we have oval 2, I'm going to switch this out, and this is going to say Noah Hardy. The next one is going to say Lucy Saunders. And then finally we have Elijah Bloom. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can copy formatting from one object to another using Format Painter. And it's worth noting that Format Painter is available throughout all of the Microsoft applications, not just PowerPoint. And what it allows you to do is quickly copy just the formatting properties that you've applied to an object to another object on your slide. So let's take a look at how it works, and then let's take a look at one of its major drawbacks. Now you're going to find your Format Painter on the home ribbon in the clipboard group. And it's this little icon just here, Format Painter. Now before we use this, what we're going to do is on our Meet the Team slide, we're going to add the team member's name and also their job title underneath. So for this, we need to insert a text box. So let's grab that tool. Let's draw a text box underneath, and we're going to type his name, which is Noah Hardy. Now I need to apply some formatting to this to make it consistent with the look and feel of my slides. So the first thing I'm going to do is change the font to Lato, and we're going to make it white. Now I'm reasonably happy with that font size, but I am going to make it bold as well. Now let's drag this text box in, and then I'm just going to position this in the middle of his picture. Notice my smart guide comes up to help me there. Now I want to use the same formatting for the other 2 people. Now what I could do here is duplicate this text box and just switch out the name, or I could use my Format Painter. And I will say in this instance, Format Painter is probably a little bit of a longer way of doing this, but just so you can get an idea as to how it works, because it is super useful in many situations. So let's jump up here and insert another text box. I'm going to draw it, and we're just going to add her name, which is Lucy Saunders. Now what I'm going to do is use Format Painter to copy the formatting that we applied to Noah Hardy's text box. So let's select the text box, let's jump up to the home ribbon and choose Format Painter. Notice that my cursor has now changed to a little paintbrush icon, and I can simply swipe it over Lucy Saunders and it's going to apply those same formatting properties. Once again, I can just resize this text box and then move that into the middle and try and make sure that that's aligned in the center. And you can see I've got my smart guides which help me align it not only with the center of the picture, but also with the other label that says Noah Hardy. Let's do the final one. So we're going to insert another text box. Let's just draw this over here. And this guy's name is Elijah Bloom. Once again, I'm going to select the Lucy Saunders text box and click on Format Painter and swipe that over his name. Let's drag this out so it's on one line, and again we can just align this with the other text labels and also with the center of this picture. Now I'm going to use a similar technique to add 3 more text boxes which are going to contain the job titles of all 3 of these people. So I'm going to do that off camera. I'm going to use exactly the same technique. Join me back here in a couple of moments when I've done that. So now we've used Format Painter to copy that formatting across to all of the other labels. Also notice that in the selection pane, I've given each of these new items that we've added a meaningful name. Now, another thing I'd probably do at this stage is group together the team member's name and also their job title, because this just means I can move them as a block as opposed to 2 separate objects. So let's select both of the text boxes, Control G to group. I'm just going to do the same for the others, Control G and Control G. Now notice in the selection pane what happens as soon as I do that. Notice that it's added in all 3 of these groups and it tells me what's contained within those groups. And of course, as you might expect, you can also rename your group labels as well. So I'm going to double click up here and we're just going to call this Elijah Bloom Info. We'll change this one and we'll change the final one. Now there's one important point to note about the Format Painter, and you might have noticed this already. You can only use it once. Now just for this example, I'm going to make a duplicate of the slide title. So Control D to duplicate that text box. Now I'm going to change the color of the text to a light green. Now if I want to copy this formatting across to the other Meet the Team, I can select my text, click the Format Painter, and then paint it across. Now I'm going to undo for a moment and we're going to make another duplicate so that we have 3 of them. And let's use our Format Painter again. Let's select, click Format Painter, swipe it across the first one, but notice that when I go to swipe it across the second one, the Format Painter has deactivated. So it can only be used once if you click on Format Painter once. The secret here, if you want to do a lot of format painting, is to double click on the icon. So let's do it again. Let's select our text, but this time we're going to double click on the Format Painter. Now I can swipe it here and the Format Painter stays active and I can just carry on painting that format. To deactivate it, you can press the Escape key on your keyboard or simply click on the Format Painter button again. So just be aware of that. If you click it once, you can only use it once. If you click it twice, then you can use it multiple times. Now I want to change this back because I don't want this to be in green. I want it to be in white. Now it is worth noting that Format Painter doesn't work in all situations. So let me show you an example. If you recall, when we added Noah's picture onto this slide, we chose to have a very thin white outline around the outside of his picture. Now we didn't apply this outline to Lucy and Elijah. Now it might be that I want to add a little bit more formatting to this picture. Let's go up to Picture Format and we're going to go into Picture Effects, and I think I'm going to add a glow. And notice I have lots of different variations of glows. I can change the thickness, but these can look really effective, and I think this is one of those situations where this looks pretty good. Now this green glow color isn't the exact color that I'm using in this slide. So if I want to get the exact color, I can go to More Glow options and use that Eyedropper utility again. I can then pick up the color and then the glow is going to be the exact same color. Now you might think that you can use your Format Painter to copy the outline and the glow to these other pictures. But let's see what happens when we do that. I'm going to select the picture. We're going to click on Format Painter. Once we get our paintbrush, we're going to click on Lucy's picture. Check out what happens. It also changes the photo. Now this can easily be fixed. We have 2 options here. We can either use Format Painter to apply all of the formatting, and then we can simply go into Format Picture and just re-add Lucy's picture. Or alternatively, if we just Control Z out of there, you can simply just manually apply those settings. So that is a little bit of a pain and something to watch out for. So let's go in and manually apply these settings. Now we can apply formatting to multiple images at the same time. So if we select both Lucy and Elijah by holding down the Shift key, we can jump up to Picture Format and add a picture border. And then into Picture Effects, we can go to Glow, More Glow Colors. We're going to use our eyedropper and select that green. So just be aware of that when you're using Format Painter. It's great for some things, but doesn't work for others. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at some of the basics surrounding bulleted lists, numbered lists, and paragraph text. Because again, these are things that you'll find yourself adding to slides all of the time. Now, let's start out by just having a little practice on a new slide. Now, if we click the new slide drop down, if you recall, when we add something like a title and content slide, notice that we get a placeholder to add a title, but we also get the option to add some bulleted text. So let's just call this slide 3. It's just a little practice. And now I can start adding in my bulleted items. So I'm just going to say heading 1. As soon as I hit enter, I get my second bullet point. And it's going to carry on going. Now what you can also do with bullet points is you can have sub-bullets. And the quickest way to add a sub-bullet or a sub-heading is to press the Tab key on your keyboard, which is going to indent. So let's say subheading 3. And it's going to carry on at that level until you choose to come out of it. So if I now want to promote back up to a heading level, I can press Shift Tab and that will take me back a level. And I can now type in heading 4. Now I tend to do these using keyboard shortcuts, but if you prefer to use commands on the ribbon, if you take a look at the Home ribbon in the paragraph group, this is where you find your bulleted lists. Now the default for bulleted lists are these kind of filled round bullets, but notice that we do have other options here. So you can see as I hover over them, we get the live preview in the slide. So we could have these little small square ones. I do tend to use those occasionally. Ones which kind of look a bit like checkboxes. We have slightly fancier ones, little arrows, and also ticks. We also have further options underneath bullets and numbering. Now this is where we can come if you want to do things like adjust the size of the bullet. So by default, when you add a bullet, it's going to be 100% of the text size. But I could take this down to, let's say, 50%. Now if I click on OK, you can see that that's drastically going to change the size of those bullets. So if you feel like a smaller or a larger bullet is going to be more in keeping with your text on your slide, you can definitely modify that in there. Now I'm going to put mine back up to 100. We can also choose the color of our bullet. So maybe I decide that I want these to be green. Notice that they all change in the preview window. And maybe I think to myself, actually, I also want to use these square bullets. I can select it from here and click on OK, and those changes are going to update. Let's go back into bullets, because what we can also do is use a picture as a bullet. And you can see here we can choose a picture from a file, stock images, online pictures, or icons. Now simply to demonstrate this, I'm going to choose from the icons library. And you can see it opens up the icons that we have available in PowerPoint. Now this is a travel presentation, so I think I'm going to use this little plane icon. Let's click on Insert. And now I have those as my bullets. So you can really add a little bit of interest by customizing your bullet points. Let's jump back into bullets and numbering. The final button that we have here is the Customize button. And this is basically going to open up the symbols gallery. And in this symbols gallery, we have a whole host of different symbols that we could possibly use as a bullet. And I find that in general, if you're looking for some sort of mini pictures, if you go to Wingdings or Webdings, I think it is, there it is, webdings, you have little images here that you might want to use. So let's choose, I'm just going to go for this one just here, click on OK. Maybe I want these to be orange instead. And there I get my bullet. So lots of leeway there to really customize how your bullets look. And in general, you use bullets when you are displaying a list of items on your slide. Now, I will say that over the last few years, I've really noticed a move away from using bullet points in slides. And an example I would give is if you look at something like presentations that Apple give or presentations that Microsoft give at their global events. Notice that they do use a slide deck, but they never use bullet points in their slides. So that gives you an idea as to how the world of modern PowerPoint design is going. We're moving away from this kind of standard looking slide, and that includes bullet points, to a more modern, slick look. But there is still a place for bullet points. I still find myself using them occasionally, so it's good to know where to go in order to completely customize them. Now, it's also worth noting that you don't just have two levels of bullets. If I click at the end of the subheading and press the tab key, I get another level and I can carry on going. So it really depends how many levels you want to have in your bulleted list. So I'm going to select all of these headings and let's remove the bullets. I'm going to say none, because what I could choose to do instead is turn this into a numbered list. So if instead of bullets I want to have 1, 2, 3, I can definitely do that. And you can see how that affects what we have underneath. Now if I select this one, for example, and once again we have different options for customizing our numbered lists. We have the same options here. We can change the size and the color, but we can also choose what we want to start at. So maybe you don't want your bulleted list to start at 1 or at A. You can specify that in here, and you can see as I move up how that affects what we're looking at. So just be aware of that as well. So that is how bullets and numbering work. Now, what about paragraphs of text as opposed to bullet points? Well, let's delete out everything that we have in here, and let's add a couple of paragraphs of text. Now, I don't want to think of anything, so I'm going to use a little trainer's trick to quickly insert some paragraphs of text into a PowerPoint slide. And this also works if you want to quickly insert paragraphs of text in Word documents as well. We can type in equals lorem, and then we can specify how many paragraphs we want. So I'm going to say 3, and how many lines we want in each of those paragraphs. So let's say 4 lines. Close the bracket, hit enter, and it generates me some text. Now, when you're dealing with text on a slide, I always advise people to try and keep text to a minimum. And this is really where PowerPoint gets used in an incorrect way in a lot of presentations you might see. I find a lot of people cramming a lot of text, pretty much everything they want to say, onto the slide, and then basically just reading off of the slide as they present their ideas. PowerPoint should really just be there to help you. When you're presenting content to an audience, you should be the main focus of attention. The audience should be listening to what you're saying and not having to also read lots of paragraphs of text on a slide. The human brain can't cope with that scenario very well and listen and read at the same time. So keep text to a minimum. But there will be situations where you need to add text to your slide. And we would always recommend for paragraph text that you don't go smaller than size 24. Now, the size I'm currently using is size 28. I want to change this to Lato font, and I think I'm actually going to take that down to 24. So I wouldn't go any smaller than this. Now, there are a few paragraph options that we have when dealing with text like this. Now, if we go up to the paragraph group on the home ribbon, notice that currently all of my text is aligned to the left. But I could align it to the middle within that text box, align it to the right, or I could choose to use Justify. Now, if you're not sure what that is, let's take a look at the screen tip. It says it's going to distribute your text evenly between the margins. Justified text gives your document clean, crisp edges so it looks more polished. And an example I would give of this is newspaper text. Any text that you see in a newspaper is always in justified format because it greatly aids readability. Now, a couple of other things we can do here is we can choose to add or remove columns. So if I decide that I want to split this text into 2 different columns, I can choose 2 columns, and it's going to move that across. Now, it doesn't do it in a particularly nice way. So what I would probably do is go into more columns and then adjust the spacing in between, because currently it says 0. So we're going to take that up to, let's take it up to 1 inch. Click on OK, and that looks slightly better. So you can split into 2 or more columns. Now I'm actually going to undo that to take it back to how it was. The final little option that we have in here in relation to paragraphs is line spacing. So this is where you can control how much space you have in between each line. So if I take this all the way up to 2.5, you can see how that works. We go back down to 2, 1.5, and 1. And then at the bottom here, you have more line spacing options where you can really get quite granular about how that text looks. You can choose if you want any indentation before the first line. So if I take that up to 0.6 and click on OK, you can see it's going to indent that. Let's go back into line spacing. I'm going to take that back down to 0. I could choose to have a first line indent instead. So if I select first line, and then I'm going to leave that on 0.5, check out how that changes things. The first line of each paragraph is just indented by 0.5. Let's go back into line spacing options. I could have a hanging indent instead, which on this text doesn't really do a great deal. And finally, we can choose if we want to have spacing before or spacing after. Now, a situation where I might use this is if you take a look at my paragraphs, you can see that in between the first paragraph, the second paragraph, and the third, we have quite a bit of space in here. So it might be that I want to select the second paragraph and the first, and then adjust the spacing before. So for this, I would go into line spacing options, and I would take the spacing before down to, let's say, I'm going to take that down to 5, and click on OK. And you can see that that moves it up very slightly. So just be aware of those different ways of modifying your line spacing options. But in general, that's pretty much all there is to text. We can resize our text box to move it all around, and we can apply any formatting that we need to specific parts of text. But that's pretty much all there is when it comes to adding text and formatting the paragraphs. So whilst I would recommend that you keep text to a minimum, it's good to know how to add bullets, numbering, and adjust paragraph settings. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at something that's pretty cool. And this is one of those newer features in PowerPoint that's been introduced in the last couple of years. We're going to use something called the Morph Transition to add an animated effect to our Meet the Team slide. Now, the Morph Transition is part of the wider Transitions group. And if you take a look at your ribbons at the top, you can see that we do have a Transitions ribbon. Now, we haven't spoken in any detail at all about transitions, so you might be thinking to yourself, well, what exactly is a transition? Now, we are going to spend an entire lesson taking a look at some of these others, but I guess the simplest way of explaining a transition is it's something that you can apply which really controls how you move between your slides. For example, I could add a fade transition to every slide in my presentation, and then when I run the presentation and move between my slides, I'm going to get a nice fade effect as opposed to just moving onto the next slide. That's basically what a transition is. As I said, we will go into this in a bit more detail, but our focus for this lesson is going to be the brand new Morph Transition. And if we hover our mouse over it, we can see that we do have a reasonably detailed screen tip. Now, I'm not going to spend any time reading this out because really the best way to understand how Morph works is to see it in action. And we're going to use this to create a really nice effect for this Meet the Team slide. Now, effectively, what I want to happen here is, aside from this Meet the Team slide, I want the next slide really just to focus in on Noah, and I want to see a bit of information, a biography on Noah. I then want the next slide to show a biography of Lucy and the next one to show a biography of Elijah. And using the Morph Transition, we can create a really cool way of moving between each of these biographies. So let me show you what I mean. Now, in order for the Morph Transition to work, you need to make sure that you're using a duplicate of the first slide in your Morph Transition. Now, my first slide is the Meet the Team slide. So I'm going to duplicate this 3 more times because I need a slide for each of the employees. So let's select the slide in the Slides pane and press Ctrl D 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Nice and straightforward. So we're going to go to slide number 3. And what I want to show on this slide is simply just Noah Hardy and then his biography. And I want the other 2 team members, I want their pictures to be a lot smaller down in the corner. So we're going to do a little bit of rearranging just here. So the first thing I want to do here is I want to make Noah a lot bigger. So holding down Shift, I'm going to drag the corner and I'm going to make his picture a lot bigger and just move it down a little bit. I'm then going to grab his label and I think I'm just going to leave his name underneath. I'm then going to delete Lucy's name and job title and the same for Elijah, and I'm going to hold down Shift and make her a lot smaller. So let's drag it down and I want to place her down here, and we're going to do the same for Elijah. We're going to make him the same size as Lucy. Now look, as soon as I drag him in, when he is exactly the same size as another object on the slide, I can see those red guidelines come up. So that's a super useful thing as well. We know it's the same size and we can put him down here as well. Now, saved off in Word, I have just some biography information for all 3 of these employees. So let's insert a text box. I'm going to make this reasonably large. And now I'm just going to copy and paste the text in from my Word document. So here it is. Let's grab this text, Control C. Let's go back to PowerPoint. Control V to paste. Now we need to do a little bit of formatting here. We want to change the font to Lato, and we also want to make it white. And I think it's a little bit large, so let's take that down, and I'm just going to place that next to him just there. So that is my first slide. And I want to do pretty much the same thing for the other 2 employees. So let's go on to the next slide. This time Noah is going to be a lot smaller, so let's take him down to about there and place him down here. We're going to do the same for Elijah, so let's hold down Shift and drag. And then we can place him down here as well. And then this time we're going to make Lucy a lot bigger. So let's drag her up. Let's put her over here. We're going to delete Noah's information and we're just going to move Lucy's information across. And we're going to do the same thing. So to make this a bit quicker, I'm just going to copy this text box. I'm going to paste it over here and we'll just replace this information with Lucy's information from the Word document. So let's go back to Word. Let's grab her bio, Control C, and let's just paste that in. And again, we need to apply our formatting. So we want this to be Lato font, white, and we want to take that down. And then the final thing to do here is just delete Elijah's labels. Now I'm going to do exactly the same for Elijah. Just to save a bit of time, I'm going to do this off camera. So please join me back here in a couple of moments. So now we have all 3 of those individual team slides. What we're now going to do is apply the Morph Transition to all 4 of these slides. So let's select slide 2, hold down Control and select slide 3, 4 and 5. Let's jump up to Transitions and choose Morph. And you kind of get a little preview there as to what this is going to do. So if we now play the slideshow, let's select slide 2. And from the status bar, let's run this slideshow. You get this really cool effect when you move to the next slide. So when I click my mouse, those other 2 minimize and we get to see Noah's information. When I click again, it's going to switch for Lucy. Click again and it's going to switch for Elijah. So this is a really cool, smooth transition and a really nice way of moving between your slides. It gives a slightly less PowerPointy look and feel and more of an animated video feel. So the Morph Transition is great for that. The key things to take away when you want to use Morph is you must always have your starting slide, duplicate it, make the changes, and then apply the Morph Transition to all of the slides. It's time now to do exercise 6, where we're going to carry on building our slide deck. And in this exercise, we're going to build a Meet the Team slide. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to delete the slide we added in the previous exercise that contains the aligned shapes. We don't really need that one in the presentation. It was purely there just to practice. So delete that out and then insert a new blank slide. I'd then like you to recreate the Meet the Team slide using the images in the exercise files folder. So let's take a look at what we have on this slide. We have a background image. So again, you'll find that in the exercise files folder. We have 4 rounded rectangle shapes, and I've filled them with images of different employees. And you'll find all of these images in the exercise files folder. I've added their name and their job title underneath, and I've changed some of this text and also this line to that really nice bright blue color. Also notice we have the logo in the bottom corner of this slide as well. And just to help you out, I've just got a little picture here of the color palette so you can see exactly which blue I've been using in case you want to replicate that. So you have everything you need, give that a go, and if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing we need to do here is just simply delete out slide number 2, and then we're going to add a new blank slide. So for this Meet the Team slide, we're going to start by adding the background image. So we're going to find that in the exercise files folder, and it's this one here, the city background. Let's click on Insert. We need to do our crop and fill trick to make this the full width of the slide without distorting it. So let's drag those handles out. Let's go for fill. And I think I'm going to drag this down very slightly. Once I've got that correct, let's click the crop button. Now, once again, I need to add a transparent shape overlay over the top. Now, I could draw this, but I'm just going to grab the one we have on the previous slide, Control C to copy, Control V to paste, and then I can simply just drag this out. That in general is a lot quicker. I'm going to do the same for the title as well. So I'm going to grab the title from the previous slide, Control C, and Control V to paste. If you didn't do that and you typed it into a text box, that's absolutely fine. Now I think I'm going to take this size down very slightly. Let's put it up to 60. Now I'm going to change my title so that it says Meet the Team. And I have the word team in that blue font. So let's keep that and just edit the rest. I also need a line underneath the title. So again, I'm all about quickness. Control C to copy from the title slide, Control V to paste that in, and then we can move that into position. And remember, you can readjust this simply by dragging it out. And the other thing we need on here is the logo. So again, let's grab it from the title slide, Control C, Control V to paste. So now I have the background of my slide, I can start to add in my employees. And we want to insert these pictures into rounded rectangles. So let's grab that tool. I'm going to hold down Shift as I drag so that the aspect ratio is maintained. So let's make it about that big, and I'm going to duplicate this 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. Just pressing Control D there. Let's drag these along, and I'm going to use my alignment tools to make sure that these are all aligned with each other and have equal spacing in between. So let's jump up to align. Let's say align middle, and let's distribute horizontally. And I don't want these dead in the center. I'm just going to drag them up very slightly as a group. And I'm going to place them about there. So now I can fill these rounded rectangles with my employee images. Once again, you'll find all of these images in the course files folder. So let's go to Format Shape. We're going to say Picture or Texture Fill, Insert from File, and we want Natalie first of all. We need to do our crop and fill. So Picture Format, Crop and Fill. I'm going to make her slightly bigger. Let's drag her out and reposition her. In fact, I think she can go a bit bigger. Let's go like that and crop. Let's do the same for the next one. This time we want this guy here, Spencer Fry. We want to crop and fill. And I want to make him roughly the same size as Natalie. So I think possibly slightly bigger. That's pretty good. Let's crop. The next one, Picture Fill, Insert from a file. We want Lucas. Let's click Insert, Crop and Fill. Make sure he's also the same size. I think he needs to be slightly bigger. There we go, and crop. And then the final one, Insert from a file. We want Lucinda, and crop and fill. And I think she was actually a pretty good size. I probably didn't really need to do that, but let's place her there and crop. So very straightforward. Now, one thing I do want to do here is I want to change the border around the outside, because what I have in the example image is I have a slightly thicker border in this nice bright blue color. So I'm going to select all of the rounded rectangles. We're going to go to Picture Format and we're going to add a picture border in this blue color. And I'm going to make that picture border a little bit thicker. So let's go for 2 1/4 points, like so. Now it's a simple case of just adding in their name and their job title. So for this, I'm going to grab the subheading text. Again, if you added text boxes, that's absolutely fine. Control V, and then we can use this and type in their names. So we have Natalie Kwame, and I want to make this a little bit smaller. Let's take that down to 14, drag it in, and then you want to try and align this with the picture above, and I'm going to use just those smart guides that pop up. Now I'm just going to duplicate this text box for the other people and fill in their names. So join me back here in a couple of seconds when I've done that. And there we go. I've simply added some text boxes. We now have their name and also their position underneath, and I've simply changed the color of the font to match the blue color. Remember, when you're changing font color, if we use this for an example, you can use your Eyedropper utility if you want to pick up that blue color. So if I go to my font drop down and select Eyedropper, I could hover it over where we have the word team and pick up that blue font to change that to exactly the same color. So just remember you have that utility. But for now, this is that slide done. I will see you in the next exercise.
If you're not a subscriber, click down below to subscribe so you get notified about similar videos we upload. To get the course exercise files and follow along with this video, click over there. And click over there to watch more videos on YouTube from Simon Says It.